Hi everyone, and welcome back to the English Rapidplay. We've got a very exciting key game in progress now, with the players in first and second place playing each other. So it's Luke McShane as white and Gawain Jones as black. What did you think of the games yesterday and this morning, Zoe? Any thoughts?
Yeah, so the ones that we didn't commentate on, obviously looked at anyway. It's interesting how this morning we had a lot more draws, because yesterday most of the results were decisive, and then this morning, round 6, there were 4 draws and only 1 decisive result.
Maybe
so I thought
people
that
are getting a little bit tired or just slow to wake up on a Sunday morning. I suppose it's hard morning, was it? It was kind of Sunday early afternoon.
Yeah, I quite liked that the round started 12. Yeah, so that was interesting. But obviously, that was good for Gawain because he was the one that got a win this morning. And last night was really unfortunate. He blundered against Amit. Just blundered a basic fork.
Yeah. There was a fork, wasn't it? It was a surprising fork. Like, I hadn't noticed it before it happened or anything like that. Because it was like some kind of exchange deflecting the queen and some kind of surprising fork. But
yeah, so that was unfortunate because he was on 4 out of 4 before that. And Amit hasn't been having the best of results overall, though he did bounce back. He beat Danny and then beat Gawain, so maybe we'll see some surprise comeback from him.
Yeah.
Danny got a win last night against Ravi, which I think he really needed because he's having a tough tournament.
Yeah, well done to Danny. It's hard, isn't it? Because this kind of tournament where if it hasn't gone well, there's no easy games. And
yeah. But yeah, do you want to... So we're going to look at the game between Luke and Gawain because they're in the lead. The antlers are back. Yes, sister, the antlers are back. You'll have the antlers for the entire month of December for any stream that I do. It's my promise, my Christmas spirit.
Right. Do you want to see it from the start? Let's see. It's a Sicilian defense. Yeah. Okay, so Luke sometimes plays quite quiet lines, doesn't he, against the Sicilian? I've seen him play the closed Sicilian a lot. And he also does this line that he's playing now, the bishop b5 check Sicilian.
Didn't someone else do that against Gawain yesterday? Or was that a different game? Or maybe that was Mickey and Danny or something. Maybe, actually. There was definitely a game in this line yesterday.
Yes. I forget exactly which game it was, but we can have a little... Yeah. I'm sure someone in the crowd will remember.
Yeah, someone might know. If anyone watching knows which game... Oh, it was Mickey versus Danny, but Danny played 3 knight d7, not bishop d7. Okay. But yeah, this bishop b5 check seems to be getting quite popular at top level at the moment.
Yeah.
Just avoiding theory and stuff. Maybe we should learn from this.
We should learn from this. Yeah. I think I have tried it before at some point, but not for many years. Take. So this sort of like Gawain's fianchetting, which I guess is like you would in a dragon.
Yeah, because he plays the dragon, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Which is interesting because not many people at the top level do. He plays, Dragon and King's Indian, which everyone else at top level now goes, they're not very good, and he does well with them. So
yeah.
Yeah, we got this Maroxy binds type thing again.
We do. Hello, Prince of Liu. How are you doing? Yeah, Maroxy bind, and so I think what Luke might... I guess he'll have to drop his queen back and maybe just kind of exchange bishops.
What do you think about his choice to play f3 on move 10? I guess he's worried about knight g4.
Yeah, and just wants to keep the centre really nice and solid, I suppose.
Yeah, so if you go knight c3, is there some knight g4? And you can't move the bishop because of d4.
We might even see him go 3 as well. You never know.
So rook c8, then knight c3. Interesting choice by Luke to take back with the queen on d4 as well.
Yeah, and I was Yeah, he has gone b3. Maybe he'll do it in a bit. I was thinking he might do queen d2 and bishop h6 or something like that.
I was surprised he didn't take with the bishop, though, because taking with the queen seems to run into some kind of discovery at some point.
Yeah, maybe whichever one he takes with, because look, the pawn on c4 is on prise, isn't it? If he does with the bishop, the rook c4,
that's true.
Maybe that's all it is.
Yeah. Okay, and I guess black can't really utilize anything yet because the bishop on g7. So castles, then queen d3. Yeah, so probably now black is threatening knight g4 if you don't move the queen away. But yeah, queen d3, yeah, he has to stay defending that c pawn.
Yeah, it's just to defend the pawn, isn't it? And then so now Luke's pawn structure is quite solid. He's sort of discouraging black from any kind of d5 plans. Gawain's lining up on the d file nonetheless. And yeah, so I wonder how this game's going to develop. I mean, I like Gawain's the more likely to try and go all out for an attack, and I think Luke could play a slower game, I would imagine.
I think the thing is, at this point in the competition, Luke has to try and play for the win because he's half a point behind in the standings.
Yeah.
And he's got the white pieces.
Yeah.
So he can't just... I mean, Gawain would probably be happy with a draw because that's probably his toughest competition out of the way. And then he can go back to winning afterwards.
Because they've only got 2 more games, haven't they, after this one?
Yeah. Gawain might have a couple of tough games. I don't think he's played Mickey yet, has he?
I'm going to just check the pairings. So Gawain in round 8 will play Mickey. Yeah, absolutely right. And in round 9, he plays Danny. And Luke in round 8 will play Lawrence Trent. And in round 9 plays Amit. So who does a draw suit then? Because if Luke did draw, he could hope that Gawain and Mickey's a draw, which is still enable him to catch up if he won both his games. So it's not completely clear.
Lawrence Trent's been having a pretty good tournament though. He seems to have been tiring a little bit. He did lose to Gawain this morning. He lost to Marcus last night. Yesterday. But he had a good few rounds to start off with, so.
Hi, Poker Ram. Playing in 4 NCL online. There's a lot of chess happening, isn't there, at the moment?
Yeah, good luck for that.
Good luck, yes. Okay, fine. Well, let's flick through the other games as well, so we can just see what kind of things they're playing, and then we'll come back to this one because it's a big game.
Okay, should we move on to Lawrence and Amit then? Because Amit seems to have been having a bit of a comeback and Lawrence had a good start, so that could be quite interesting.
Yes, okay. So Queen's pawn opening. So, so Lawrence started with knight c3 again. I think he did that yesterday as well.
Very weird opening choices by him.
Yeah.
But it was paying off yesterday.
Yesterday it went knight c3, d5, and I think he then went e4. And it seemed to turn into maybe some kind of Scandinavian or something. But today, knight g5, d4. So he hasn't repeated that. Knight f6, and he does this bishop f4 line that the juniors like so much these days. And h4. So he's not doing it for solid. He's doing it for attack.
I like this h4 plan, h4, h5.
Yeah.
Suits me.
Queen d2. Have you tried this sort of stuff, Zoe?
Normally, I mean, I don't play queen's pawn. Yeah. And I wouldn't really have a pawn on e3 with the queen on d2 like that. The pawn would already be on e4 or e5. And then the queen on d2 to actually form a bit of a battery line.
So Amit's played b5 here.
Oh, we've got a Lawrence supporter in my chat.
Hey.
Someone who's also from Essex.
Yeah. No, he's very nice, is Lawrence. And then he was doing this intro. We were Matthew and I were playing at the Hand and Brain at the Global Chess Festival, and Lawrence was introducing us. But then there was they had to sort of stall a while because they were setting up the cameras or some kind of thing. And Lawrence just managed to keep the chat going, just like talking about everything about the players and about the event. And he's very good like that.
I just want to point out Luke and Gawain have now agreed to draw.
Oh, already? Okay.
According to this. Which surprises me. I think Luke needed to try and push through. I think Gawain would be quite happy with that. Even if Gawain has theoretically some tougher games, he still remains half a point ahead, which gives him a bit more leeway.
Yeah. It'd
be quite fun if they have to have a playoff, though.
Oh, is that what happens next? I hadn't looked into that. Yes. Oh, it would. It would be, I suppose, at an even faster time control.
Yeah. So if so most of the prize money is just split, apart from first place.
Okay.
So first place, if there's a tie, they have a playoff. And I think it's 2 rapid games. If that's still tied, 2 blitz games. If that's still tied, an Armageddon.
Wow.
So that could be very exciting if Luke and Gawain give us that.
Yeah, I'm just having a look and whether anyone else could be, because Marcus Harvey's a point behind Luke, and John and Amit, there's a few of them actually a point behind. But I just prepped for today. I noticed, I saw that this was probably from a couple of years ago, but I saw a video that Marcus Harvey had played this big blitz match with Justin Tan. I do recommend it to you if you get the chance. It's like about 2 hours, and they just play game after game. But it's really, and they're both streaming and commentating, and it's very, very exciting. I won't give away the result of the match or anything like that. But what do you think of this B5? Couldn't White just take it?
That's what I want. I've paused at this point because I want to know why he can't take this. Maybe he can, and he just believed in it.
Sketch Attack. It's on Twitch. I'm gonna just put so you can put it in your chat if I find. Let me just. Let's see if I can work out.
If you private chat it to me.
I will private chat it to you, but I just have to work out how to find what it is as well.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, okay, so, I mean, obviously you can't go rook b8 because of this bishop. But I guess queen b6 is the move that he was worried about. But is there not some kind of knight c7? Maybe this knight's getting lost somewhere.
Creme de la Harvey, you have to see on Twitch.
Creme de la Harvey, that sounds
Creme Dela Harvey. I'll put it in the chat.
Big Steve, hello, nice to see you here. How you doing? I'm very intrigued by this. I mean, I've got the eval bar on, but then the eval bar thinks that we can't take on b5, but it's not because of queen b6. When I don't have the computer valuation to know what it is.
Right. Okay, so if we take it, then oh yeah, it does say yes. You're not meant to. Okay, and analysis by computer evaluation here.
But I can't work out why, because you can't play rook b8.
Knight e4.
Knight e4. Oh, that's interesting. Making the most of the fact the knight's left control of that square.
Because it could be a bit of a pain. Because if you go queen d3, then his c4 might be a pain, perhaps.
And there's also queen a5 ideas to be wary of.
Yeah. So this could be just too dangerous, couldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, this knight looks quite strong. Also, maybe potentially bishop h4 ideas.
Yeah.
Try and provoke g3 and then just move back again and argue that we've weakened.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. But yeah, okay. So it looks risky, so understandable.
Yeah, and Lawrence played actually f3, so he's kind of cutting out any... Although the computer doesn't like that too much either, but he's cutting out knight e4 type ideas.
Yeah, so presumably that is what he was worried about.
Yeah. And then a6. Okay, Lawrence is really going all out for the attack. G4.
My favourite move, G4. I mean, he probably has to because the prize money's so huge, and at this point he needs wins.
It's true, but sometimes you don't necessarily get there by being mega direct. I mean, like what I'm saying is Amit might be equally happy, although Amit has spent, he's well behind on the clock. Yeah, but what it does mean is this game's much more likely to be decisive, so give one of them a good chance.
Yeah, knight d7. Interesting his choice of where to put his king, though. I'm not a massive fan of that.
Yeah, and your bishop h4 could come in as well, couldn't it? King f2.
So, is there any reason why castling queenside is really bad?
Castling queenside is the sort of, yeah, I suppose.
I mean,
you've got to know what you want to do against b4, right?
Yeah.
So if we castle queenside b4.
That actually does look a bit scary, I have to admit.
I'd be scared, I think. Yeah.
Maybe in a bullet game, but...
Yeah. But I agree the king this side also looks a bit shaky, doesn't it? So I think perhaps that's the g4. Yeah. So bishop e7, rook d1, and now bishop h4 check, bishop g3. And
I don't like rook d1 at all.
Yeah. So what's he trying to do?
I think he wants e4 in combination with taking on c5. But to me, now that he's pushed these kingside pawns, he needs to be going for something on the king side. So I don't really understand this stuff at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and if he's going to push too strongly on the king side, this king...
Yeah. I mean, could he, for example, play something like... I mean, it's difficult to find a move. I want to get my rook to g1, right? So we need to move this light squared bishop out of the way. I mean, can we just play bishop g2? And say, if you play bishop h4, we'll do the same thing with just sticking our other bishop on g3.
Bishop g2. He plays it on move 15.
But could you have done it without rook d1, I'm saying? Because
move 30.
And then you're going to bring your rook to the g file instead.
Yeah, and bring this rook all the way over. Yeah, why not?
I feel like the rook on d1 is just a bit misplaced, personally.
Yeah, if you're doing an attack, you might as well have the rook over there. Because if they do bishop h4 anytime, you are still going to block bishop g3, so you don't need to worry about cutting both your rooks off with your king, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, and then maybe you go bishop h4, you go bishop g3, and then you go rook g1, and then you could even move your king back to e1 and then d1, if you wanted to. Or king to f1 or something, to just get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't... I
still think this white king doesn't really have not a very safe home, so it's... Yeah, so maybe you're right. Rook g1 and g5, and then sort of block the avenues against the king off that way.
Yeah, it just seems to me a bit strange. If you want the rook on d1, well, yeah, I don't know why you'd want it on d1.
Okay, so rook d1, bishop h4, bishop g3, bishop e7, bishop g2, and rook c8. Okay, so black looks mega solid, really. The pieces are slightly away from the king, so I'm just thinking, how will Lawrence's attack break? Lawrence will do something like h6, I guess, to attack further.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have a lot of pieces lined up. Like, the bishops are sort of pointing the other way, aren't they? They're pointing...
Yeah, I think he wants to go for e4, but... Knight b1.
Knight b1 he's played. Okay.
I don't understand that at all either. I don't understand this play. Maybe it's just too high level for me.
Knight b1. So let's see. So, all right. Maybe he's trying to bolster the d pawn with c3 and then do this e4.
That could be it. Or maybe it's also prophylaxis against b4.
Yes, that makes sense too.
Okay, yeah, c3. That makes a lot of sense. He wants to do that. And then, yeah, I think he is going for e4. It makes sense with the fact that he's put his rook on d1. I can't see why else he'd put it there unless you were going for this.
Yes. All righty. Well, this will be a thriller. We'll head. Should we see Danny?
Yeah, he has got a lot more time, so
yeah.
Danny, Marcus.
Danny and Marcus. Oh gosh, they're well advanced into their game.
Okay.
Let's quick flick through.
Flick.
So
this is that Queen's Indian when you do e6 and b6?
Yes, this is Queen's Indian.
I've been learning the names of all these openings, so I don't know any of them. Been trying. Knight h4.
That's an interesting one.
So Danny just wants to go for an attack.
He wants to get this knight in on f5, doesn't he?
Nick says Danny normally goes for a3, but now for g3 didn't go well at all. Oh.
Because like AlphaZero against these Queen's Indians used to just go really solid in the center and then suddenly just go h4, like on about move 9 or 10. But I think it was it. Yeah, I suppose it would do things like knight c3 and stuff. Because white can't recapture. Oh no, white could recapture on d5. White could recapture on d5, couldn't white?
Yeah, but I guess there's no need to rush it.
No rush.
I guess that's why you went knight h4, because black's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
And
so
he wants to just develop some more pieces.
When he feels like it. Now he feels like it. And then he can follow up with e4 if he wants to.
Yeah, so I actually quite like the position that Danny's got out of the opening.
Yeah, except the knight. The knight seems a bit offside, but then he can kind of drop it back. So
yeah, and I think
and there's no pins coming in because the bishop also is blunted, isn't it? Black's bishop on b7 is blunted. Yeah,
that's really important. And f4 comes without having to waste another move moving the knight away. So
it's a good point. Okay, let's see how it goes. a4, a6, h3. So he could go f4 straight away, could he? Danny?
I think he's following my bad advice of pushing lots of pawns.
Might be d7 king, actually.
f4. Yeah, why doesn't he go f4? Why?
So Marcus is trying to get his knight in on c5 and sort of counterattack against this e4 pawn.
I like that.
Interesting.
That's very clever, actually.
Yeah.
So should Danny have... But then Danny can't really go b3 or anything because that just makes this dark squared bishop for black look really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, b3 probably just drops something to knight takes e4 straight away, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to weaken him. Yeah, so from watching all his Marcus videos, I know he loves to exchange queens and he likes just solid and end games and all this kind of stuff. He's not too much. He doesn't consider he's too much opening specialist, but he likes playing the sort of long games and end games. And all
that. Because he won round 1 and round 2 based on end games,
right
didn't
in the lead,
he?
Wasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, so they were end game wins. So
yeah.
But yeah, I like this plan of putting the knight here.
Yeah. Oh, we've got Malcolm. Malcolm's joining us. Hello.
Morning.
Malcolm, cool. I'm gonna have to hang on. I have to adjust my thing 1 minute.
We're just looking at.
I can see.
Johnny Gormally against
Gormally Harvey. Yeah.
Marcus. Yes.
Yeah.
Which looks. Yeah, we're thinking Marcus is going to get his knight out round to c5 at some point. We did before bishop e3. We didn't come up with a video.
I think White's got to be really worried about a knight landing on d3. This just looks. I I instinctively dislike this setup with knight h4 against and fianchetto against the modern Benoni. Even if you get your f4 in, it just looks very loosening somehow. Anyway, knight e5 to d3 is terrifying me. Maybe you can play around it, but it looks worrisome.
Yeah, and so Marcus is going queen c8, and then if he does put his knight onto c5, then he can recapture with a piece. Here f4. So Danny does do f4, knight c5, and e5.
Yeah, I mean, White's committed to this because e4 is just falling off more or less.
Yeah.
But I mean, the drawback is, well, it's just very loosening, and it's also finally bringing that bishop on b7 into play, which was a non-piece before. But okay, maybe.
So now, can Black just take off on e5? What happens if that?
I assume that he's going to pay homage to Penrose and go f5. No.
Oh yes, I'm sure you're right.
I assume, but right. I don't know.
Yes, yeah. So Black doesn't take. Black drops back, and sort of increases the pressure on f5, and Black's dark square bishop as well is looking powerful.
And White's dark one is hanging, which is a bit of a blow.
And White's is hanging, so White cannot take on d6 because just rook takes e3.
But okay, I mean, I see Danny's idea. He wants to. I mean, he wants to just go f5, f6, and just attack it.
So Danny, So Danny feels like he needs to take this knight on c5.
Well, that is a huge concession.
And so now, yes, this d3 square is looking weak.
And all the black squares, eh? He's given up his dark bishop in a modern Benoni. I mean, this is usually a disaster if you have to give up your dark bishop for a knight.
Yeah. What Danny's doing to try and counterattack is he's offering the exchange of knights. And if Black doesn't, he's got his eye on this f square. And Black does take now. Takes.
Or d6, right?
Yeah,
You're just threatening to play knight 6 d6.
Yep.
And knight takes d6. Yes. Yeah. Forking the queen and rook.
Ouch.
That would be curtains.
Okay, I mean, surely Black has to take it now. No?
So Black.
Unless you can go, I was going to say, unless you can go f5 first.
So Marcus plays f5.
Oh, this is great news for Marcus, I think, if it works, because now when he takes on e5, Danny doesn't have his strategic, breakthrough f5.
Yeah.
I think that shows very good understanding of the position and his ideas, to be fair.
Yeah. So we were worried by sort of takes here and then just f5.
Yeah, and then f6, there'll always be some compensation. Yeah. And d6 may follow at some point, or queen f3, rook a d1. I mean, everyone watching should look at the game Penrose Tal from the Leipzig Olympiad 1960.
Okay.
Which was the original game with this strategic idea. Well, I say the original game. It was the second game with this original strategic idea. The first was Ojanen against Keres, where this relatively unknown Estonian guy crushed Keres. And Penrose, who was playing on board one for England in the Olympiad against the USSR, had seen this game and he followed it for the first, I think, something like 15 moves and used the same strategic idea. E5 takes f5.
Because Penrose was a great player, wasn't he? And he's just fairly recently passed away, hasn't he?
Yeah, recently died at the age of 88. He won the British 10 times in 12 years. Can you imagine?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
In that Olympiad, he defeated Tal, he defeated Irwer, and he drew with Fischer, and he was like way better against Fischer as well. He was just winning, in fact. So yeah, this would be okay for White, but this f5 move is great.
Okay,
simply
but Marcus
puts
up f5 to stop all that. And of course, so if it gets taken on passant, then the bishop e4.
The bishop drops.
And the bishop on g7 is also on prise. So
yeah, so I think he'd take back actually, and then he's threatening bishop takes h4 and rook
takes, and then so
and bishop takes b2. Ouch.
And bishop. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So he doesn't take. He goes.
Nice. Sacked a piece. Yeah, that's very logical. Yeah. I mean, he's strategically busted, so he might as well just randomize.
Okay, so he played e6, and Marcus takes it off, and then Danny plays f5, brings all these pawns into the attack.
I think he's been taking very bad advice from my games.
Oh, so you
throwing
like
the pawns
when the moment's right.
Or when the moment's not right, and I do it anyway.
Have you been doing some practice games? Your styles.
I think Danny's really struggling at the moment. He's not feeling too well, so.
Could he have just gone knight takes 6, I wonder?
Queen g5, I guess.
Queen g5.
Knight g6. Queen g5.
Oh, because the deep one's attacked twice as well as everything.
Yeah, I mean, you can go knight f4, but then I don't know, you might just even take on b2 or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it is
not
a
enough
piece.
prompt,
It is a piece.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so queen g4 from Danny. Bishop takes d5.
Well.
And now Danny brings his rook into the attack. Rook f7.
So he's angling for rook takes g7 check.
Yeah, and then to come in on g6.
Yeah, so obviously if bishop e6, I guess rook g7
Yep.
works straight away.
And that's at least a draw, if not a win.
Yeah.
Probably a win, actually. Oh, no, it's not, because f1's undefended. But it's at least a draw.
Yeah.
Rook takes e6, defending that g6 pawn.
No, all of Danny's pawns have dropped.
Good move from Marcus there.
Danny's clicking the panic button.
I suppose the other thing to look at is rook g7 and knight f5.
Yeah.
But it's still not mate.
King h7, and there's no queen h4 check.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because the queen's defending. So queen e8. And he plays it anyway. So
now there's queen h7.
Here and knight.
Yeah,
right,
knight
okay.
f5.
King h7, and now we do have queen h4 check.
But is there enough?
Is it enough?
Doesn't look like it, does it?
Or a rook down
Knight
for white.
Knight
h7, king g7.
Knight g4, queen h8, maybe?
Yeah. So Danny chose queen g5.
Nice move. Nice move.
So he's threatening. Well, he's threatening a couple of things. So rook f7 or knight f5. Marcus defends both though, with rook e5. So if knight takes a5.
Surely Danny's out of shots now, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. So he's done knight f5 anyway.
He's resigned.
Has he resigned? Okay. Yep. So that was, I guess, Marcus's opening setup was solid enough that Danny's pawn play on the king side wasn't breaking through. So when he sacked that piece, there wasn't a mate there, even though he came up with lots of good tries.
Yeah, Danny's having a tough tournament at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. What? August Company?
August Company.
What does that mean? Am I just...
Good. It's good. It's a good thing.
Okay, thank you.
So can you help me out here? Yes. I was going to phone Nigel in a minute, Nigel Short.
Yes.
I think I'm about to write a chess column for Jan Timman's 70th birthday.
Oh, nice.
And I was just wondering what game you think I should put.
Well, are you? Do the King Marchers spring to mind?
Well, I was going to say, Nigel. Well, you can't. It's Timman's birthday, not yours. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think Nigel's been quite unwell and in bed for the last couple of days.
I know. Yeah, I'm phoning him every day. He's all right.
Yes, he's okay. Yeah. Okay, so you need a good Timman game. I'm going to say hi to Kenworthy39, who is not Gary Kenworthy. Every time he says hello in the chat, I always say, "Are you Gary Kenworthy?" And he's not. Okay, let's see. Ravi Harrier against John Spillman. This should be a.
So Ravi was a bit better last time I looked.
Okay, let's whiz through the opening.
He's got a lot less time though.
Yeah, so it's sort of King's Indian.
We were looking at this line at the Europeans. I suggested this. I suggested this line to the guys.
You did you? Okay, to Ravi.
And to Ravi, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is interesting. Okay.
I suppose John would have seen it before. John's
Natasha,
seen everything under the sun, right?
Natasha, can I just show you something?
Yes.
Just to show you what the actual idea was. If you just go back to move 2.
Move 2?
Yeah. D5.
D5.
I assume was played, right? Yeah. And then D3.
D3, yes.
Yeah. So the point is that after pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, queen takes queen, king takes queen, it's actually not trivial for black to equalize.
Okay. Looks quite quiet.
It looks like nothing, right?
So okay, let's say G4.
It's bishop E2. I don't want to divert you too much from this, but I'll just say to people, there was a very nice game. I'd have to look at the prep. One of the Azeri guys. Maybe it was Gusainov. Yeah, Gusainov crushed somebody with this, and I thought, this looks interesting. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized actually this is not a trivial position for black at all. So anyway, this is the point. Anyway.
So D3. So John will know this. John knows all this stuff, doesn't he? So he knew not to take.
Modern Karakan Killer by Leela, apparently.
Oh.
MVL's played it a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Interesting.
So okay.
I'm going to have to go for a mo. Sorry.
Yes. Thanks for joining. And
Bye.
yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to have you here.
All right, I'll be back.
Nice.
Yeah, that's. Oh, I can just leave.
Malcolm, in case to get out. Oh, you have.
He's gone. He's gone. I'm just gonna leave my screen like that with random black bits on it, ready for when he comes back, so I don't have to adjust it.
Cool. We never know what's going to happen next. Sorry, anyone can appear on the show.
Malcolm's knowledge of like previous games is absolutely insane.
I know, and it's really funny hearing the inside story of when he's talked about the various openings with different players as well. Like that you guys were looking at the Europeans. Now this looks like quite nice on the queen side for Ravi, don't you think? Like B4.
Sorry, which move are you up to?
Oh, sorry, Zoe. 21, rook C1.
Oh, okay.
I've been kind of flicking through.
Yeah, I wasn't because I was on move 2 from. Well,
yes.
Move 21. Rook E C1.
Oh, okay. Ravi plays move 22. Hi from Turkey, Patroklos.
Malcolm is not a grandmaster. I'm sure he wishes he was.
International master.
Yeah. So he's a very strong player, but he's not quite grandmaster.
But now Ravi on move 22. You see, I'd leap straight in there with B4, and I'm sure you would too, without putting words into your mouth.
Oh yeah. Let's go.
Ravi's gone B3.
Well, I don't. Okay, so hang on. If we go B4, presumably black goes rook C8 anyway.
Rook C8.
Can we then just move our queen somewhere?
Yeah, maybe it's not too much of an attack, but it sort of feels like there's. You could even now if you give away this C file, is it going to be a problem? Maybe it is. Yeah, maybe you just kind of keep pushing pawns and move your queen in. Yeah, so...
Oh, it looks like that game's finished in a draw. Very far behind.
Oh, which game?
Apparently Malcolm is the GM of our hearts, according to chat.
Yes.
He'll love that. He'll appreciate that. Yeah. We can tell him that when he's back.
Yeah. Ken Weather's saying that actually in his view, this black bishop on g7 is better, and I see what you mean. That the bishop on g3 is kind of a bit stuck by its own pawn there and doesn't have much places to go. Yeah.
Whereas black always has ideas of going f6 to
f6, couldn't you? Although
undermine that.
Obviously not straight away, because then takes and there's an uncovered.
Yeah. But I mean, in the future, you always have ideas of undermining it.
For sure.
But I still don't really understand b3. Is it just because he wants to defend a4 so that he can move his a-rook away? Is that the point?
Yeah, I think he's. Oh, there you go. He's playing on the king side instead. Maybe trying to make his bishop a bit better.
h4. I mean, it makes sense.
Right.
h5.
Rook d8. Queen d3. Bishop f8. So black's. So John Spielman, Grandmaster, is activating his bishop. Okay, and Ravi comes in. Queen. I'm not predicting any of these moves, you know.
Yes.
A8. And then comes.
And then queen back to d. Is that just trying to gain time on the clock or something? Or just probing?
Yeah, maybe. And I could imagine him going a5, a6 as well. King b8. Okay.
Oh, they're just repeating a couple of times.
So it's like who's gonna blink first? And
then he goes back to b1.
Ravi deviates. Queen b1. So probably John would have been happy with the draw there.
Yeah.
I just went through a whole load of moves.
I guess Ravi feels like
we're up to now 35 queen d3.
Okay, I've got to 32 rook c2. Ravi's just grabbed the c file, which I quite like.
Yeah.
But that b3 pawn could become quite weak. Though given that the queen and bishop now line up against the b4 square, it makes a bit more sense as to why he didn't play b4. But I still would have liked going for these pawn pushes.
I would have gone for it. F3. Ravi goes on move 36. Bishop d8. Bishop f2. Bishop e5. So certainly
he's trying to get his
has
pawn.
got bishop active.
Yeah, black's bishop still looks better than white's.
Yeah.
But
on b4.
Oh, and now John doesn't repeat.
Okay. Well, maybe if you don't want to make it like you're going to repeat whatever they do you? Because then.
Then I guess John's up on time.
And now Ravi does this. You know, like the computers these days, and they always put their king onto h3. Ravi's done that. It's kind of quite safe there. So rather than just kind of g2, he's put it up to h3, f4.
Yeah, I guess he looked like he was a lot lower on time at this point. So I think he was just trying to make a move that wasn't losing and not risking too much. But yeah, now his bishop does actually have some prospects that he's.
Yeah. Now I'm on 47 bishop e1, and so John Spielman's now threatening queen h4. So yeah. Bishop g3.
Bishop g3. But I think Ravi's quite happy to trade off those bishops.
I think so as well. Yeah, for sure. And
then we see the repetition.
Yeah, and they repeat. Fine. A grandmasterly draw there. They're both grandmasters, of course. It's saying
Ravi's just
he is a GM, so grandmaster.
Waiting for his.
Okay, and then the last game is Mickey against Andy Horton.
Do we want to? Okay.
Shall we look at the current position?
Yeah. This is.
So Mickey's got rook and 2 pawns in the center against rook and 1.
Yeah, Adams is completely winning this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see because I think how the prizes work is I believe there's prizes for 1st to 5th place.
Okay.
And then everyone 6th to 10th just gets an appearance fee. And the appearance fee is, I don't know if I'm allowed to say what that is, but anyway, I know what it is. It's not that much, but it should cover travel, accommodation just about. Yeah. So I know Danny was complaining that if he only got the appearance fee, he'd make a loss because he's had to come all the way down from Anik.
Yeah.
So he's desperate to finish top 5.
How is he doing? Is he looking like?
But the prize money is absolutely huge for top 5.
Yeah.
So Adams is going for the checkmate straight away. Oh, and I guess if rook h7, there's rook takes g4, and then 2 pawns.
So Mickey is 1. All right. So those games are finished. Should we see if the
Did you want to look at Lawrence and Amit and see how Amit finished that off? Because we left that quite early on, didn't we? We had seen...
Yes. Okay, where did we see up to? We had...
I think we'd just played knight b1, and we thought that c3 was coming. What other...
We were trying to look at knight b1.
Someone's asked what the standings are. So once we've looked through this, I'll get chess results open, and we can... Hopefully they'll have updated that.
Yeah. So knight b1, queen b6...
King G. So why not continue with this plan of c3 though? I don't understand.
No, and I've just looked ahead a couple of moves, and it looks like he's going to be playing. Looks like he plays. Oh no, black plays b4 in a moment. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. But what he does do is this bishop f2. Maybe trying to line up on the black queen. Yeah, I'm not sure why not c3, but black plays b4.
Oh, there's a prize for 6th place as well.
Okay.
Interesting. I'll get that open and check the prizes. Yeah, I feel like Lawrence's play is just being weird, to put it nicely. I don't understand this at all. He just like pushes a load of stuff and then on the king side and then doesn't do anything with it and then switches to the side where he's weaker. And
I'm still not quite sure what he's doing with his queen's knight, I have to say. Yeah. Whether his plan is to... Maybe he's going to move his queen out the way and now come back via... No, he's pushing...
Yeah, because he goes f4, allowing it... Yeah, this queen c7 idea. And then this pawn's never going to go further. And he's just going to be really tied down trying to defend it. And I guess in the meantime, black's just going to do stuff on the queen side.
Rook c1. c4. He's played c4. Takes. And then
that seems a bit of a desperate way of trying to get the knight back in, but...
Yeah.
Though he does get the e-pawn. I don't... Does black have to play queen d7? Because I like this queen.
So how would you defend? Well, like just f5.
F5. But I mean, oh, that is quite interesting.
I'm just going to put it and see if it's crazy.
No, the computer likes it.
It doesn't like it very much. No, I mean, it thinks it's okay. Yeah.
It's saying minus 1.6, minus 1.7.
Yeah. So maybe
that's quite a big advantage for black.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's a possible.
I guess this e-pawn's a bit of a monster. We don't want to lose that.
Yeah.
And suddenly white's back in the game.
I don't think black minds too much the kingside opening a bit because white's king's just as exposed as black, if not more so, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, f5, perhaps he missed a chance of that. But yeah, because if you look at what happened, suddenly the eval bar likes white again.
Yeah. Knight takes e4. Bishop b4.
White is a pawn up, but obviously black has some comp for that. White's position feels a bit loose. Yeah, Adams won, yeah. This was round 7 that's just happened, and there's 9 rounds. So I think round 8 starts at 3 o'clock, right?
Is it? Okay, so we've got a little bit of time.
I think so.
Yeah. No, you're right. So I'm at 32 queen c6. This looks like a very nice diagonal for a meet.
Yeah.
No immediate threat on there at the moment, but it does look very nice. T8, H6 now, and G6. Oh, and the engine is saying this is good for white.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, Jones 5.5, McShane 5. Yeah. Yeah, no, I would be really... That king looks a bit open. If we could teleport our queen to G7.
Yeah. Yeah. So to get on that diagonal, we need to move our knight. White would need to move the knight out of the way. So I suppose you could go...
You play knight B5.
B5, exactly. And
then it comes to D6. And then you can go B3 and queen B2. Or queen C2, queen C3.
So let's see what the computer says. B5. Moderately impressed. Moderately.
Thinks it's okay.
Yeah.
See what it thinks.
Bishop D4.
It likes queen E2 and knight B5, queen E2. What's that doing?
Queen E2.
I'm not 100% sure. Or maybe it wants to go bring the queen to E5.
Oh, yeah.
So perhaps it wants to go move this bishop out of the way, go queen F5, and then if F6, maybe E6 drops if black's not careful.
Yeah.
Am I horsey chess? Yes, I am horsey chess.
Yes, that's true. I should, yes, I'm just going to put your channel.
Oh, yeah, I'll do a shout out for yours as well. That's a good idea.
Horsey Chess. So we're streaming on 2 different Twitch sites. And please do follow Horsey Chess. It's a lovely site. There we go.
Yeah, and go give ECF Commentary a follow. They do lots of commentary on English events and team battles and things.
Yes.
So.
And Zoe, you're trying to be, what are you, a WIM you're going for?
Well, first step is WFM.
First step, WFM.
That's what I want. I want to get... Oh, Kenworthy, thank you for the follow. Come over from the ECF channel. Yeah, so I'm trying to get to WFM first. I want to do that before I graduate. So I need 2100 by July rating list.
Okay.
For it to be before I graduate. So that I think it's doable, but it would be difficult, especially if COVID cancels events. But
thank you, Kenworthy.
We'll try. And then I've got a WIM norm tournament in April, so I can try and get some norms along the way. And then, yeah, I just want to push and see how hard I can get and get as high as I possibly can. What am I studying? I'm studying chemistry at the University of Durham. And I'm in my 4th year at the moment, so it's an integrated master's. So this is my final year, so scary.
Very good. So you've got a few months to go to get. And what's your rating now?
1981. Because just before the pandemic, I dropped down to 1917, and then I couldn't play anything for a year and a half. But in the last 3 months, I've gone up from 1917 to 1981. So
very good.
Yeah, since the October, November, December rating list. Yeah, so made good progress. Still got a long way to go, obviously, but getting back up to what I was, which is a good start.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, you're in North Yorkshire. Nice. Yeah, I have to... York is like 50 minutes by train from Durham. I like York. In Yorkshire.
Oh, yeah, York's nice. Yeah.
There's a lot of tournaments in places in Yorkshire, like Scarborough and stuff. I think that would be East Yorkshire, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, he's Bishop D4, which the computer hates.
Yes. Bishop D4, F6. Queen E3. Oh. And
so why is Queen queen e3 it thinks is a massive blunder. Is there some kind of tactic involving sacking the rook on d4 or something? And then going queen f3 maybe?
Maybe. Let's see.
You're Harrogate. There's a Foreign CL Congress in Harrogate in January. I want to see whether this is anything.
Yeah.
Apparently not. I want to just sack and then go queen f3 and try and...
Yeah, even when he did knight d5,
draw.
Which swaps off, then black's bishop is just so much better than white's in this position, isn't it? And
oh, it's e5. Because if you take, then you open up.
Cleveley's. Do you know Thornton Cleveley's?
Thornton Cleveley's?
Yes.
No.
No.
Should I?
Rookie one.
Feels bad. Bishop Auckland over the board on Friday had more female than male attendees. I know Bishop Auckland. I knew that. That's very near Durham. You can get the bus there. Apparently it's e5, and then if pawn takes e5, queen d7. Oh, so you fork taking the bishop on d4 and taking the pawn on g4. Nice. And then after you take on g4, you can then take back on e5 and open up the rook on the f-file.
So if takes, we've got queen here.
So that's quite difficult to see. Oh, you remember a bishop. Nice. Whose chess position do you think is stronger? You're terrible at evaluating. Do you mean on this board? I mean, this is why I put the eval bar up.
I know Cleveley's, yes. I used to work up in St. Anne's on sea.
I should turn up for a Friday evening over the board session. If I had a car, I would. Jackie, thank you for the follow. How you doing? You know, if I had a car, I would turn up to Bishop Auckland, but I don't have a car, and yeah, it's a bit annoying trying to get anywhere without a car.
True.
Yeah, for anyone struggling to evaluate the position, this thing I have on the left-hand side that's like a vertical bar with a number at the top, and then it goes from black and white is called an evaluation bar. And that uses the computer assessment to tell you which side's better. So the further it is towards black, the better black is. Further it is towards white, the better white is. And that just gives you a decent idea to see. Yeah. But yeah, so apparently he missed the chance with e5. But that looks really difficult to see because obviously if you play e5, the first thing you'd look at is taking back, but then that loses because you allow queen takes e5 and suddenly black's the one getting checkmated. So to see e5 followed by queen d7 when you're low on time, it's not that easy. But yeah, what do you think of knight d5 then?
Knight d5 for black. I quite like just swapping off because I just like this. I really like this long diagonal that black's got. I'm now at 39 bishop c3, and what Lawrence is trying to do is kind of open up a similar diagonal for white, but it is kind of blocked at the moment by pawns.
Yeah.
So rook e8 takes. Now queen e6. Trying to come in via g4 again. But white.
Apparently it's no good.
Yeah. Yeah, this is shows it's dead equal on the computer's showing dead equal now.
So I guess the blunder came a few moves later.
Yeah. Queen c6, king h2, queen takes c5. This is about 2 moves before the end, but it's still showing as equal.
Hang on. 1, 2, 3. So we can take on e5.
Queen d6. Oh.
Because you have 4 pieces attacking and
only 3 defending. It feels dangerous. It feels dangerous, to be honest. But let's see. So takes.
Yeah, Lawrence lost. Yeah, but the evo bar and this is going back and forth all over the place.
Yeah. No, there isn't any. I was thinking we might get a check on the second rank, but it's not.
It likes just bishop takes e5 with the point that there's no tactic, and then I guess you can just move back to c3.
Yeah.
You can just move straight back to c3 afterwards. And I guess if queen c6... then you play queen b3 and you pin this rook so it can't move out of the way.
Ooh, nice. Well, horrible. Yeah.
So white missed the chance there. Queen h4.
Queen h4.
Queen g5 was just a blunder. So he had to realize the e4 check.
Okay.
E4 check was thrown. He had to go queen g3, and then it's equal.
Yeah.
So it's just a time trouble blunder. That was a really interesting game, though. I love. It was all up and down, and
and even equal right up till the end, wasn't it? Until that queen g5 move. Yeah, and very interesting play in the opening by Lawrence.
Discovered attack on the queen.
I'm not sure I'll try it myself.
I'm not a massive fan of his opening.
I like crazy openings, but this one might be too crazy for me.
I liked some of the other stuff he came up with earlier in the tournament, but I don't think this one went as well for him as that.
It's the kind of game he got quite suited him, didn't it? Like all these open diagonals and attacking chances, and if it hadn't just gone wrong at the end there, that game could have gone either way.
Yeah. While we wait for the round to start, did you want to recap any of the games from last night or this morning that we didn't commentate on?
Yes, let's do that. First of all, let's check the standings.
Chess results. Yep. Let's switch to that. Ooh.
Chess results.
My camera.
Okay, so that's the rank after round 6. I'm just going to see if I've got it after 7. Round 7. Okay, so what we have in the lead with 5.5 is Gawain. Now we know he's going to be playing Mickey next. Just 2 games to go. Then Luke half a point behind, and then half a point behind that we've got 2 players. We've got Marcus Harvey and Amit Ghazi. Then Mickey Adams, John Spillman. Then Lawrence, Danny Ravi, and Andy Horton. So Gawain has, I'm just looking at the pairings now. So we've just got 2 more rounds to go. So
any one of these with 4 points could actually be in contention. Still, just about.
Yeah, they could. They'd need to win. They pretty much need to win both their games, I'd say. But let's say if Mickey beat Gawain and then Lawrence, he'd be on
6.
And they don't have the score in brackets after the players, do they? So now I have to remember how much they've all got. So
you can get across. You can look at a ranking cross table.
Let's look at the cross table. That's good, isn't it? Because
then we can see who still has to play who.
That's good. Yes. So the people on 4.5. What about like Marcus and Amit? So Marcus.
Wait, Andy Horton got a win against Luke. Might be interesting to have a look at that game. I hadn't realised that.
Yes.
And that makes a massive difference to what's... Because I know why Gawain lost to Amit. That was the blunder, but...
Yes. All right. Yeah, let's have a look at... Check that next. So Marcus still has to play John Spillman and Ravi. Oh, now those 2 are good friends, aren't they? Marcus and Ravi.
Yeah, I wouldn't. But the thing is, normally they get draws and stuff because they know each other so well as well. But the thing is that Marcus needs to win.
Yeah.
To have a chance at this. So, Feel Telly, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. FWM, you're only an ordinary member, but you wonder if it would be possible to arrange a simul. Could arrange transport and some funds. You could get a simul against Danny if you want that, though, because Danny would be better. Get a Grandmaster in. Nice to hear English accents on Twitch. I get that a lot. Natasha, do you get that at all?
Yeah.
Everyone always loves my accent. Yeah. I think I just sound really posh because I'm from Oxford.
My parents were originally from Australia, and then, you know, like before I was born, they moved to England. But my dad immediately picked up like quite a posh home counties accent, and my mum kept a really Australian accent, so it was quite funny.
Someone's asked where you're based, Natasha.
I am I'm Epsom, so near London.
I love Epsom.
It's nice, yeah. Lots of good.
Hopefully,
walks.
I'll go there over Christmas. Because of
Lovely.
family. Yeah, my aunt there, my nan's there. That's where my dad grew up. His sisters went to some school there. I don't know. They all went to school there. They grew up in Epsom anyway. And my aunt lives right next to Epsom Common, I think.
Okay. Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Oh, yes, your aunt who's an actuary.
Yeah.
way too much information about everyone.
It's fine. No one's gonna be able to find her.
No.
Yeah, I do sound posh because you're from Manchester. And it's an Oxford thing, right? Because Oxford doesn't really have an accent, but everyone there just sounds really, really posh. And I get that a lot. And it doesn't even necessarily mean you're posh. You could be the least posh person ever, but have a posh accent just because you pick it up from the people around you. Yeah, the Discourse table is quite interesting. But yeah, you're completely right. The fact that Ravi and Marcus have to play is going to be so interesting because they're such good friends. Oxford is posh in your humble opinion. Oxford's a very expensive place to live compared to the salaries. There are some really, really nice areas. There are also some really dodgy areas. The reason it's so expensive is because you can commute to London in an hour for very cheap. So everyone working in London buys up houses in Oxford to commute from because it's cheaper than living in London.
Jeremy Clarkson ruined Oxford.
Also, to be fair, we had people like, I guess, yeah, you've got the university there. So, and then David Cameron was from Oxford area.
Yeah.
Montanas Adlan, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
And isn't and Harriet was Oxford, wasn't she, when she was growing up?
Yeah, Harriet and Adam. Yeah. That's why Adam used to coach me.
Very good.
Yeah.
All right. Should we just find this game, Luke against Andy Horton? Let's see.
Yeah, I want to see
that.
How that happened.
Which round that was.
Do you think Malcolm's going to come back anytime soon? Because I'll adjust the cameras back if he's not coming back soon, but...
No,
I'll probably adjust it.
John might join us at some point as well, John Ems.
Oh, I'm confused. On the chess.com thing, it says that it was a draw, but then on chess results, it says a win. Oh, it looks like White's completely winning, so I guess it's just input wrong on the live boards. No, Andy Horton and Luke McShane. That's why I didn't realise that he'd beaten him, because it showed up as a draw on the thing, but they must have put the kings wrong when they did it. But yeah, it looks like White is completely winning, so yeah, it doesn't make sense that would have been a draw.
Yeah. Oh, it's saying draw, but this then, yes, okay. Chess results are showing that as a win.
I mean, he's threatening checkmate, so, which is quite difficult to stop. Yeah, so I think that is a win in the final position, but definitely worth looking through because Andy Horton is the underdog. He lost all the other games, but then to beat Luke, and that could massively affect the final standings. So
Still looking for the checkmate, Zoe. Oh, just pawn on is checkmate.
FWM, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed watching and have a lovely day. What is the tournament we're watching? So this is the English Rapidplay Championship. So it's 10 of England's strongest players playing with a time control of 15 minutes plus 10-second increment. And it is part of the London Chess Classic. So it is entirely sponsored and organised by Chess in Schools and Communities. And it's taking place in London over the board.
Yeah, it's a lovely tournament. And they've been playing, so 3 of these players, so Gawain and Luke and Mickey, have been playing in a match sort of during the week. They were playing England against rest of the world. And so they're well warmed up for this. So they've been playing classical chess. And then this is kind of to bring in 10 English players. So very nice event.
Yeah. Just David Howe missing. Yeah, because David obviously was expecting to do commentary for the World Championships still here. Matthew Sadler. There's a lot of people that could have played that are still strong. Nick Pert was originally in the lineup but had to pull out due to COVID. I suppose people like Nigel Short even.
Yes.
Could
so
still
Nigel
have given us a good attempt.
Commentating, but he's got COVID as well. So
everyone's got COVID
at the moment, unfortunately.
Ginger GM. Yeah, the thing is, people like Simon Williams and Keith Arkle and that lot, I think they're slightly too low rated to get the invites.
Yeah, Keith was playing in. They've also got they've got some blitz tournaments in the evening, and Keith was playing. He won one, I think, last weekend. I can't remember whether it was Saturday or Sunday night. He won the blitz tournament as well.
Yeah. Simon may also still be in Oslo.
Maybe. Yeah.
Nice to see Spielman there. You follow him on Twitch? I didn't realise Spielman had Twitch.
No, he does. He commentates on lots
What's his channel name? I'll give him a shout out as well.
Yes. Let me.
I should shout out Danny as well, shouldn't I? Because Danny's in there. Yes. I'll shout out Danny first because I knew that. So our grandson is Grandmaster Danny Gormani. Oh, I spelled his name wrong.
I'll write it as well. Twitch.
Okay, apparently I spelled Danny's name wrong.
Is it without a D?
Yeah, I think so. So I can't.
One.
I'll have to copy and paste it from yours.
John Spielman. Guess what it is?
Is it just John Spielman?
It is just John Spielman. So it's
Twitch. Wait, I swear I have spelled it correctly.
John, just Jon, and Spielman.
Oh, and then there's the Marcus Harvey one as well.
Yes, and so Marcus.
So I'll shout out Marcus.
Yeah, let's do Marcus as well. So Marcus.
That's Creme de la Harvey.
Look at watching his blitz match against Justin Tan. It's lots of fun to watch. And now I've lost it in my list. Marcus Harvey.
Okay, that one worked. Creme de la Harvey.
Creme de la Harvey.
And then John Spielman. So many players that have Twitch. And then I think Danny's might have a number at the end, which might be why I've messed that up. Is it like Al Granson 2 or something? I don't know.
Somewhere I've got it. 12.
That's it. Okay, that's John Spielman. And then I'll try Danny's again. Oh, I'm getting close to... Oh, I didn't mean to send that. Al Granson 12. That'll work. There we go. So Al Granson 12 is Grandmaster Danny Gormali. John Spielman is obviously Grandmaster John Spielman. And Creme de la Harvey is, although he's listed as a FIDE master on this, he's now an international master. Yeah. Waiting for it to be confirmed. Marcus Harvey. So they're all playing in the tournament. They have channels. Go give them a follow. Sahane, hello, nice to see you. I'm getting closer to 500 followers now.
Oh, very good.
I have a deal with my brother. The one who reached 500 followers, he's buying me a chocolate unicorn.
Excellent.
As long as I do it before he turns 21. But he'll turn 21 in July, so just have to get there before July.
You'll get there. You'll get there by Christmas, Zoe.
Would be nice. Be a nice Christmas present.
Unicorn.
Ginger GM. Simon's not playing in this tournament. I can give him a shout out if people want a shout out for Simon as well.
Wow. That is...
Might as well. I think.
Well, I've got this Charlie Pescast as well.
There we go. Shout out Ginger GM. How long have you been streaming? Absolutely no idea. I just sort of did it on and off, and then we
started around about the same time, didn't we, Zoe? And would have been.
Yeah, so I did it in May for the chess.com Women's Speed Chess Championships thing. I did it for that. And then I had a break for like 3 months over the summer or 2 months because I couldn't do anything. And then I was just trying to get back into it again. But then I'm always either ill or at a chess tournament. So it's been a bit difficult to stream regularly, but I'm trying.
Yeah.
What does horsey chess mean? Everyone asks me this. So I'm really into horses, and I always wanted a horse or a pony when I was younger, or horse riding lessons. And my parents were like, no, it's too expensive. So I was never allowed horse riding lessons. So in protest, I named myself Horsey Chess on chess.com. I was like 10 at the time, right? So I was 10. I named myself Horsey Chess in protest, and I made my profile picture at the time a picture of a horse. And it was because my parents wouldn't let me have horse riding lessons. And then it just stuck. And I was like, well, it fits with like knights and stuff. And it's cute. So Horsey Chess it is.
Chess.
You're from Oxford and are into horses. I mean, I love horses so much, but I've never ever actually been able to ride them because of the costs involved. It's on my to-do list. When I have my job and I've earned enough money.
When you get your million followers, Zoe, on Twitch.
Yeah, when I get to 1 million followers on Twitch, I'll buy myself a horse. I shouldn't say that. Someone will just make a load of bots. But yeah, it's on my to-do list. One day, go horse riding lessons. You wish you'd found my channel earlier. You would have made the whole lockdown better. Oh, Nick, I really appreciate that. That's so nice. Thank you so much. You bet Harriet has had a horse.
No, I don't know.
I don't actually. I could call my horsey Chess. Would I call my horse Chess?
Well, you would have to, wouldn't you?
Yeah, should we take a look at this game while we wait?
Okay, so this one, so Andrew White, Luke Black.
So this is King's Indian.
King's Indian, yay!
This is what I want to learn as black.
E4.
I have to get a black and white horse.
That's a zebra.
Okay. That's true.
I used to play this.
I'm reading Chess for Zebras at the moment.
Oh, yes. Johnny Rowson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I'm reading that. There's some interesting quotes in that.
So there was this line I used to play in this, Zoe, for black.
E4. Yeah. Which move?
And then you'd put your queen in, really, to B4. Because they
which point is this?
Oh, sorry. I'm on move 9. Queen A5.
Move 9. Ah, okay. So you put your queen on B4.
It's a strange thing. And you could put, in whichever particular line it was, you could put your queen from A5 to B4 to kind of hassle this pawn on C4 because they couldn't defend with B3 because you could take on C3.
Oh.
It was quite... but it'd only work... Yeah. It wasn't exactly this position. That's the only thing. I used to read, like ages ago. It was an Andrew Martin book, and it had all these kind of interesting lines for black winning with the King's Indian.
Yeah, that's knight to D5 is a good name for a racehorse. See, I actually disagree with horse racing. I think it's cruel.
Mm.
Queen B6 is what I know instead of Queen A5. White goes C5, D6, C5, D6, E5, Knight E8. Okay, so saying 9 queen b6.
9 queen b6. That's it.
And then if c5, d takes c5, d takes e5, knight e8. Complicated play. That's what Nick knows.
Yeah, that'd be nice to play, wouldn't it?
That does look quite interesting.
Yeah.
I think I'd take black there personally.
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to undermine the because you're threatening this pawn on e5, aren't you?
Oh, and then white can play a pawn sacrifice with e6.
Okay. Yeah. You better take that.
That's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, this queen a5 happened.
Yeah.
Bishop e3. So you can't go queen b4 then?
Maybe. Maybe queen b4.
Or does white just play queen e2 or
Queen
something?
e2, I think.
I guess you'd have to get queen e2 to defend those two pawns. Maybe we want the queen on e2 anyway. And then I guess white can follow up with a3 and b4 and expand on the queen side if they want.
Yeah. I think it's not exactly... Yeah, it probably wasn't exactly this position where you do it. Yeah.
There's an interesting idea though. It's really cool because you obviously know the King's Indian a lot better than I do, so it's nice to know. I mean, what you say about the ideas.
I used to play it a lot, and also lots of different lines within it, so when I see these King's Indian games, it always brings back various memories of long ago.
Waterford Wizard, hello, nice to see you.
Hello.
Yeah, Natasha, Waterford Wizard. This is a guy named Andy. He's coached by Diana Mirza.
Ah, very good, very good.
Yeah, he's been very supportive of my channel.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. Your best friend lost that position from white and you were crying with him. The most important game of his life.
Oh.
What game was that then? Important game. Okay, so bishop b3. So he didn't go queen b4, probably because queen e2's.
Yeah.
So
bishop b3, ed4, knight takes, knight b6, which looks slightly strange to me because it blocks the path back from the queen, but it is still attacking this c4 pawn.
Yeah.
So knight b3 and then queen a6.
It's interesting the move times at this point. It looks like Andy has over 16 minutes.
Yeah.
And Luke was thinking. So I'm guessing this is still Andy's theory.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, someone's asked, was it
queen there though? Yeah.
Was it Andy Martin's Battle Plans in the King's Indian, Natasha, or another book?
It was a different book. It was called Winning with the King's Indian. And it was like had a white cover and sort of black writing and sort of pink line across it or something and a chessboard on the front. But I did really like that. That's where I learnt all my lines.
Yeah, I'm going to teach myself the King's Indian with chess.com lessons feature on stream. Or maybe I'll do that tomorrow.
Yes.
I'll stream at some point tomorrow. I haven't really figured out when yet, which is why I haven't announced it. Because trying to set up regular stuff's really difficult.
Mm. This doesn't look too nice for black's queen, I think. I'm on, 16 queen e2 I've just put in. And Luke drops the knight back. A6.
Yeah, I think white.
This hasn't really gone to plan, I think, because the queen doesn't have a square too much, so like b4's starting.
There's something I noticed that Andy's openings seemed really good this tournament. I don't know if he did a load of prep specifically, but the games, okay, this was the only one he won. He's lost everything else so far, but his losses aren't because of his openings. His losses are because he's making mistakes in the end game later on. But he's getting really good positions out of the opening.
Yeah, this one's really good, isn't it?
Yeah. So credits to him for that, coming in as the underdog.
Yeah. Okay, I think the games are about to start, aren't they, for the next round? So
I just wanted to see how we fit. I'm going to flick through and see.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Black's king just became weak. And then, yeah, White managed to trade off Black's dark squared bishop, which is obviously probably your most important piece in the King's Indian.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like he just got the perfect King's Indian from White's point of view. And then he grabs... and then he wins in exchange.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I guess it's just good technique after that. I like how he really played actively with his pieces, even though he was already up. He was still playing really actively, and he was going for the checkmate. He was threatening g5. He wasn't going for a whole grind out an endgame and exchange and a pawn up, which you can do perfectly fine. But yeah, I think that was a really, really superb game by Andy, and he should be very pleased with that.
Yeah, really nice.
You reap what you sow.
They've started, actually. They've started. Let's see Gawain against... They've got quite far already. I think they've blitzed out these opening moves. So Gawain, Mickey, e4, e5. So Gawain's half a point ahead in the tournament at the moment. So
e4, e5 makes me happy. This is the sort of opening we want to see.
Bishop c4, okay. Bishop c5, says Mickey. d3, knight
f6.
Castles, and rook e1. And Mickey plays d6, so it's all very symmetrical, really. Gawain doesn't keep the symmetry with knight c3. Gawain plays c3, going for c3, d4.
Yeah, I'm going to try and play d4. Oh, thanks for the follow, Kaziami-san. Appreciate it. This is what Carlson played versus Nepo. What Mickey played with a5, or at least very similar. Yeah, no, this a to a5 I haven't really seen before. I go a6, but I basically would transpose the bishop with a6, bishop a7. So this choice of a5, interesting. I guess you just want to stop b4.
Yeah. Yeah, and Nepo... Hang on, sorry, I've gone too fast. 92. In that match, bishop a7 was played as well, wasn't it?
Bishop a7 is a really common idea in these openings. So you normally I normally go a6, bishop a7. You're just getting it away from any kind of d4 ideas in the future. It's just kind of prophylactic. Yeah, you have a file for a5 too. Yeah, it does. It seems really interesting. Maybe I should look into this idea. Just stopping b4. Because that's what White wants to be able to play. Makes a lot of sense.
Mickey does plans with a4, doesn't he, as well, when he's White? He does as well in this kind of opening. In Rue Lopez as well. Yeah.
So normally White goes b4 and a4, and sometimes goes a5 if you've played a6. And kind of expands a bit there and then does the kingside attack. Or the queen side. It just kind of varies depending on what Black does. But yeah, I do like this a5 move. But then I'm rooting for Gawain in this tournament, so. But Mickey's lovely as well.
Yeah.
Actually, I want there to be a tie between Gawain and Luke at the top so that we get some more exciting chess.
Yeah.
So we want this to be a draw.
Draw then, really, don't we?
Yeah, we want this to be a draw.
So
knight
7. d4.
Yeah.
Knight g6. And knight g3. So we've got another symmetrical lineup of knights on the king's side now.
You've got to go for Sunday dinner. Oh, nice. I miss Sunday dinners. I used to have Sunday dinners a lot. Did you ever have them?
We did. We sometimes had Sunday lunch, and then Sunday dinner we'd have a maybe just a lighter meal on Sunday at dinner.
Oh, when I said dinner, I meant lunch. I don't know. I have this weird thing where I call it lunch if it's a sandwich. But if I have them,
it means different things in different parts of the country. Because when I lived in, it does. Lunch. So dinner means, and in the south of England, dinner's like after 6 o'clock, right? Dinner's 7 o'clock. Here's your dinner. But in the north of England, it's It's at like 1 o'clock is your dinner.
Well,
it's different.
I grew up in
ages
Oxford.
To understand what people were talking about. I moved up to Lytham, and I didn't know that dinner meant lunch, and I got really confused.
See, I grew up in Oxford, and our evening meal was always called tea.
Oh, tea. Yes, no, I think
that was what we. Yeah,
that's North, isn't it? I think.
But then that was Oxford for us.
That was Oxford, yeah.
Yeah, we had so it was like your meal around midday.
Yes.
If it was a light thing like a sandwich or soup or whatever, then it was lunch. But if it was a main meal, then it was dinner.
Oh.
I don't know.
Maybe
that's just what I.
Yes. Yeah. Because
that's just what I always called it.
In the middle of the day, it was lunch. That was it. Whether it was big or small, whatever it was lunch.
But would you say Sunday lunch? I guess you would.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, Sunday lunch.
Okay. I think we would say Sunday dinner, meaning like a roast dinner at lunchtime. Yeah, because it was like you wouldn't say roast lunch.
No, true.
So it's like I used to see my grandparents every week growing up, pretty much. And we'd have one set of grandparents over each week on a Sunday. And I'd go swimming in the morning and I'd come back and we'd have something like roast dinner or casserole or like some kind of big hearty meal as a family.
Nice. That is very nice.
I missed that actually. That was really nice. Nick hasn't even had lunch yet. To be fair, I had breakfast at like just before this stream, and my breakfast didn't really consist of much. So you're in Shropshire and you're with me.
And if there's a playoff, you're going to be hungry.
Yeah, but I've got a nice mac and cheese in the fridge ready to heat up. Nice. I really, really am obsessed with mac and cheese.
I like mac.
It's my favorite meal at the moment. Yeah. Okay. So now White's played A4.
Yeah. So C6. I'm catching up. C6, Bishop D3, Queen C7, Bishop E3. Rook E8 and A4. So I mean, what do you think of this? So what do we? So say White. What are we going to do? Some kind of pawn break? Go for D5 or take on with D? I don't think we are going to go for anything. Oh gosh!
I think either you try and go for B4.
Yes. B4.
Or you go for a kingside attack. But because of the fact that Black's lined up his pieces on the kingside, I don't think we want the kingside attack option. So I wouldn't be surprised if White tries to play for B4. But maybe you have to do something about this D pawn first. Maybe you just leave it though. You're just thinking what to have for brunch. Yeah, I've definitely had Sunday brunch. Sunday brunch was a thing.
Brunch, that is breakfast and lunch. I do know.
Yeah. My favorite brunch is my dad came up with this invention that's like brioche, smoked salmon, creme fraiche, and scrambled egg. That just makes me sound even more posh, doesn't it?
I was just thinking that sounds very nice though.
Yeah, that was we weren't allowed it very often because obviously smoked salmon's not exactly the cheapest of things, but it was a special treat.
Yes, yeah. Cheese on toast is nice.
I love cheese on toast. Cheese and tomato on toast, and you grill it, and it all like bubbles up and melts. Yeah,
very nice. I feel like it now. Now you said it.
Yeah, I want that now. Maybe I'll have that after our stream. Grilled
brown
cheese and
sauce.
tomato.
I like it with brown sauce.
I love cheese. I don't understand Mickey's choice of Bishop B6.
Gary again. Kenworthy has gone off to make cheese on toast.
Yorkshire rarebit.
Right, ever.
I've had rarebit's a type of cheese, isn't it?
Oh yes.
Yeah, I've had that
Yorkshire
at
rarebit,
school. Yeah. When I was at school in sixth form, they used to make it was like ham and rarebit on bagels for breakfast. It was like something they occasionally did.
What's Bishop B6 all about? Sorry, is that?
I don't understand that at all. I don't like it. I don't get what he's trying to do.
I don't get
Anyone
what
wants
it is. Is it in case of b4 kind of opening up the a5?
But I thought black should have been trying to play for maybe d5 or b5 somehow. Like, black wants to get a break in at some point as well, right? I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. If you want the bishop on b6, why didn't you put it there back on move 10?
I'm just trying to work it. Yeah. Why would you do that?
Yeah, I don't like that move at all. Why could you not play something like rook d8? And then if white plays b4, then maybe you either take or you go bishop b6 then if you really want to. Or even I quite like the idea of going rook b8 and then playing for b5. The engine likes going, yeah. If you love mac and cheese, try the Como Lounge in Whitney. I've been to the Como Lounge in Whitney, but I've never had mac and cheese there. But I've been to Como Lounge so many times. Because the chess club I used to be a part of, we used to meet up there over the summer for like drinks and blitz. Yeah, I've never had mac and cheese there. But there's a pub in Durham that does really good mac and cheese for like a $5. And it's honestly the best mac and cheese I've ever had. And then they like cook this mac and cheese and then they sprinkle extra cheese on top and then it like melts over it. And they serve it with this really nice salad as well, because I love salad. Most places, if you get pasta, you don't get salad with it, but this pub, you get salad with it. Yeah, no, I don't like this bishop b6. Why is going on queen c2 and then a move later gone queen d2? I don't understand that either. These maneuvers really don't make any sense to me.
I can't answer you.
It's like a whole other level. It's gone straight over my head. It says super grandmasters. I guess white wants to try and put a knight on f5 in favourable circumstances.
I'll agree with you there. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't really understand. Could we not have played knight f5 anyway? And then...
Okay, so what happens if knight f5? Say we do knight f5 now.
And then the point is, if you don't take, I might even follow up with the other knight to h4.
So if black does take, we recapture.
I would definitely take white there, though. You probably have to play like knight e7 or something. And then I'd be tempted to play g4. Well, actually, no, we do have to watch out for e4. We can't go blundering anything. So maybe... maybe we have to throw in knight h4 first.
Yeah.
Or something.
I was looking at taking on...
yeah, take on e5. Maybe that...
e5.
You probably take on e3, but then you can take with the rook, and then you've covered e4.
You've covered, yeah. So then you could do this kind of g4.
Or you could even double up on the e4, rook e1. And that e5 pawn becomes very, very weak. PMD! Hello, nice to see you. How's it going? It's going good, thanks. Natasha, do you know PMD?
No, I don't think I know PMD. Hi, Destroyer.
Yeah. PMD is very active on Twitch community.
Oh.
Used to watch #chess a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, he has gone knight f5. He's gone knight f5. I like that a lot.
Okay. We're back knowing what we're doing then. Sorry.
Yeah.
After a period of maneuvering, we're finally predicting some of the moves right.
He's captured straight away, basically.
Right, yes, okay, we had this on the board.
So maybe knight f8 or e4 immediately. Perhaps you go e4 immediately.
E4.
Because I think knight e7 does run into the trouble.
We better take check. And
pawn takes.
Okay, so how's this?
I guess you have to decide which piece to give up and in which way.
Yeah, like I'd be inclined to keep my bishop.
Yeah.
And I'd want
So if you
some
go...
but maybe just bishop e2 just to kind of recapture and not get our pawns.
Okay, and then we take on f3, and then how's that looking? So material's equal, but we have messed up black's pawn structure. Though having said that, their king looks very safe with that pawn structure.
Cozy to there, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But I still think white probably has a slight advantage. You have the bishop pair. Slightly better structure. PMZ also watches Diana. He likes knowledgeable chess streamers. I love Diana.
Sorry, people. I've just realised Sorry, thank you so much, Frenchie, for pointing that out to me.
Oh, my camera's gone weird. We're on a different page.
I forgot to share the game. Okay, that should be better now. Thank you, Frenchie.
There's someone called Frenchie?
Yes, Frenchie155.
Interesting. You know Max French?
Oh, yes.
He used to be nicknamed Frenchie. Everyone called him Frenchie at school.
I think this Frenchie is Max French, but Frenchie, tell me if you are Max French.
Oh, we've got a load more moves. He chose knight f8.
Okay, so we got up to here. Knight f8 takes, and bishop takes here.
And he grabs a pawn.
There.
Looks
Still threatening e4.
Oh wait, is Natasha streaming too? Yeah, Natasha is streaming from the ECF commentary channel.
Yes. Yeah, we're doing a double stream at the same time, aren't we, Zoe? Knight takes e5.
Hang on. This might sound really stupid, but I don't understand why he chose to move the knight on f8 to d7 rather than the knight on f6. Because if you move the knight on f6, then you're threatening to go f6.
Yeah. And I actually... Yeah. It even surprised me that he took on e5, but maybe that's... If he can keep it, then obviously it's a good idea.
If you go f6 check... Yeah, then you can bring the other knight to g6.
Okay, one f6 check. So then
you go knight g6.
Knight g6. And then are there any... So what's going on here? It's complicated, isn't it?
I mean, the computer eval's saying about -1 or so. It looks good for black, though. I just didn't understand. I mean, I know being worried about this, but are we not just getting this piece? If you go f4, we play g takes f6. Knowledgeable streamers was aimed at both me and Natasha.
Yeah, there we go. We are. Now, this takes... No.
Oh yeah, I think
I'm just wondering if
he might have
even
missed
got
a
queen
chance.
stack here or something somehow. Oh no, because if you do, then once the rook takes the queen, it's attacking the bishop, so the uncovered attack's not going to be so strong. Yeah, so okay, Zoe, I think that's a good idea. If knight 6 there, check.
Yeah. Knight g6.
Knight g6.
It just surprised me how quickly he played knight 8 to d7. He had enough time to consider knight 6 to d7 and calculate f6, knight g6. The computer agrees with me. I mean, we have the advantage of having the computer.
We do have the advantage of the computer, which helps.
But yeah, that just surprised me because what did you do with the pinned piece? You try and attack it with a pawn.
Yeah. Well, it looks like. I guess you'd have to be sure, wouldn't you, to allow the discovered attack on f6.
Would Danny agree that Danny would probably say that neither of us know anything? He'd try it. He might try and say it in a nicer way than that, but about the last move. Well, Danny normally gets it wrong and I get it right according to what the computer says, which Danny doesn't like very much. Yeah, because now White's just managed to get out of this pin.
Yeah. I think you're right, Zoe, with knight 67.
I mean, I'm not saying White's necessarily better, but I mean, you do have an extra pawn at the moment, and...
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think Mickey missed a trick there.
4.
Do you want to take a look at Luke and Lawrence? Because that's another key game.
And there. That's where we're at now on that. So let's look at Luke and Lawrence. Okay. So in this, let's see the position first of all. Okay. I'm just counting the pawns. So
yeah, equal material. But bishop for a knight.
Yes.
So we need Luke to win this, right? We need Luke to win and Gawain and Mickey to draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's our playoff. If Gawain draws and Luke wins, then they need to do the same thing as each other in the last round to get to a playoff. Now then.
So to be fair, if Luke draws and Gawain draws, then Luke needs Gawain to draw the last round, but doesn't. Yeah. Oh, Gawain has Danny in the last round, and Danny's not really on form. Yeah, Danny had a theory.
Last rounds, that weird things can happen, can't they?
You played Luke and he analysed with you. He's a lovely. Yeah, Luke's really lovely as well.
Luke is very nice. Yeah.
He's the strongest player you've ever played over the board. That's an interesting question, Natasha. Who is the strongest player you've played over the board?
I've played a lot of strong players. So I've played. I was just thinking recently. I played Gawain. I've played a lot of these, like a lot of the English Grandmasters.
Where did you play Gawain?
I played Gawain in. Do you remember the weekend with the Trafalgar Square event?
And then on
the Saturday, just the day before, in the Rapid Play, I played Gawain there. Which was a very fascinating game. But he did win, of course. Yeah, but it was a very interesting opening. And I've played all these players. I played Luke lots of times. I had by the way, at one point I was on 4.5 out of 5 against Luke.
Wow.
To me.
That is insane.
Yeah. When he was 7 years old. I used to play him a lot, and there was this Barbican quick play, and he was tiny, and so I used to win quite a lot against him then, but then since then he's I don't know whether we've played enough times for him to equal the score, but he's certainly been catching up. I've played Mickey in the tournament again. Can't remember if I have. I've played David as well. Stuart.
You made your way through the entire English team.
I've played them all. Hebs. I've played Keith. I've played. Yeah. Yeah. But who else have I played that's strong? Oh, I don't remember. Lots of strong.
My strongest. You remember the classic? They used to do the super rapid play.
Yes.
And then round 1, the 10 top players would play against 10 selected juniors.
Very nice. Yes.
So I got selected for that 2 years in a row. So I know one of the years I got to play Etienne Bacro.
Oh, very nice. Oh,
I can't remember who the other one was. Probably one of the English players, which is probably really bad. But another really strong player. So I got that twice. So that's the strongest I've played over the board. But then I've also in 4 CLM played against people like Neil McDonald.
Yes.
And stuff in that. So I played some strong Grandmasters in that.
Yes.
You've never played a title player over the board in your entire life? Oh, wow. That's really sad. Not sad as in Yeah, that's unfortunate. Definitely you should play more tournaments because come play against me. I'm officially titled. I'm a very weak title player. You can come beat me and then claim you beat a title player.
Now, Skettles is saying Ravi's completely winning. Should we have a
Ravi
against
that will throw Marcus up
Ravi
completely.
Because Marcus is right in there, isn't he? Marcus is one of the ones who...
okay, so first thoughts...
now, why is this completely winning? What?
Can we take on E3 or something?
Take on... Oh, take on...
Oh, you could take on... Maybe you take on H3, actually.
Well, I was looking at take on H3, but maybe you're more... Yeah, I think it's much more sensible to just take on E3, like you say. And then
if Queen F2, you could even...
Yeah, so take on E3. If King goes to H1, you can take on H3, I'm sure. And if King here...
then, yeah. But, well, there's Queen F2.
You can still take on H3 as well, can't you? Because if they recapture, you've got Rook F3.
But maybe if Queen F2...
Queen F2 instead of King H2, yeah.
Maybe you play Queen G5 or something?
Yeah.
Apparently White has... White has Bishop D5.
Oh.
We've just blundered Puzzle Rush.
Blundered. Better not do that.
You've only played 6 over-the-board tournaments in your life. Okay. Fair enough. Come play more. Come play. I love over-the-board stuff. Yeah, that's not blunder.
Fine.
Let's not blunder that. Maybe we just...
Take queens.
Rook takes F3. Puzzle Rush tactics.
Rook takes F3 here.
Because you can't take with the queen. I mean, after Queen E3, Queen F2, then Rook takes F3. Because you can't take with the queen because of the pin. So if you take with the pawn, then Queen G5.
Queen G5.
Queen G2.
Oh, I suppose you could just take on G2 and then Bishop H3 and take on F1. And you'd be 2 points.
Yeah, that's a winning
game.
Game.
Yeah.
Or there's Queen F4 instead of Queen G5, and then you threaten to take on H3 or go Rook. Oh, you're threatening Rook G6 and stuff as well. And maybe you even just go as Rook G6 and move straight away.
Gosh.
Yeah, that looks good for black. But what did he do? He chose to sack on F3 straight away. And then played Rook 6 H3. Well, the computer eval still seems to like him, so...
Yeah.
A blunderful Christmas for Zoe. Probably will be. Diana gave Svidlo a good run for his money at the last Bunratty Festival.
Oh, very nice.
Ooh, nice. That's exciting. I might have to try and find that game. Yeah, no, this looks winning for Ravi, which will be very interesting for the standings because that will take Marcus out of it.
Yeah.
So who else? I'm just going to flick back to my tab.
Yeah.
Just going to flick back to my cross table tab. So Amit was the other one who was on 4.5. And then Mickey and John were on 4.
So Amit's playing John Spillman. Let's have a look at where they're up to.
That could affect stuff then. But we need one of them. I think would have to win to still be in the running. I don't think a draw's likely to be enough, at least for first place.
So John Spillman's just pushed his pawn to A3, and
look at the time situation there.
Yeah, I think if anyone's going to win, it looks more likely to be John because the extra. I've said that, but now White can take this B pawn. I was going to say it's the extra pawn on the queen's side.
White just has no time though. Bernadette, hello, nice to see you. Thank you for the follow. How is the women's section looking? The women's one happened last weekend. I was playing in that. I had a bit of a bad tournament, but Yeah, it was interesting. Lan Yao, who has recently transferred federation from China to England, won it very convincingly. But there were some really good games in that. So maybe I'll summarize. I don't know if I can be bothered doing a YouTube video on that. It was a bit of an embarrassing tournament for me. But oh, Daniel, hello, my brother's come on. Currently fifth in viewers for chess. Yeah, it's because of chess.com. Had some good games with black. Yeah, I did. I beat Akshaya, and I beat what's her name? Sheila Jackson.
Sheila, yes.
And Akshaya. I beat both of them as black. Did Natasha play? Natasha did not play.
No, I was there though. I was doing some commentary on the Saturday and did a talk. Yeah, very nice tournament though, wasn't it? Sorry, the women's.
It was really nice, yeah. This whole thing's been really wholesome, to be fair. The British women's over in October was really nice as well. It's been quite nice to have female-only tournaments with a few players because the social side of it's been really, really good. Which is something I think women's chess was missing out on at the time. You were young, you had a learning experience, not a bad tournament. I mean, it was okay. I might show the games at some point. I think the thing is I basically had the flu. Or something like it. Didn't do as great as I would have liked, but I had a couple of decent games. Yeah, this looks like this one's going to be a draw. I've seen Gawain and Mickey was a draw after all, which is quite exciting for us.
Okay. So let's check back in on Luke then. This one's a draw
this has just been a draw as well.
Okay, so it's going to be Luke, and the other. So just drawn. Marcus
looks like Luke's winning according to the. I'm not sure how that happened.
Winning that puts things wide open.
This is exactly what we want. This is going to lead to a very, very exciting final round.
Will lead to a playoff. Okay, so
because it looked dead equal. Where did it all go wrong?
What did happen here? So let's see.
Move 29 was a mistake apparently.
So 29. So
and then move 30 was a blunder.
Knight b6.
Oh, PMD's played against you, Natasha.
Oh,
in a blitz game randomly in the pool on Lee Chess.
Really? Okay. Did you play in the Liga, PMD?
I think he said just randomly in the pool.
Ah. Oh, funny.
So why is King E2 a massive blunder? Oh, is this knight getting trapped? Oh, wow. This knight on b6 is getting trapped. a4, what a move. b3, so presumably he just plays rook
a4. And the knight has no squares.
So he has to take on b3.
Defend it. So b3 here. Okay, so what's going on here? So here.
So he takes on b3 and then takes on a3. And then that pawn's a monster and the knight's still not got...
He's done it.
Oh, wow. This is exciting.
Ah, yeah, Liga, yes. Oh, PMD, okay. Team Bruvis. I was playing for English chess players, I expect.
Yeah, Gawain, Mickey ended in a draw, yeah.
Okay, so it's right, and this does look winning for black. So this tournament is now wide open.
He chose a4.
Yeah.
Okay, so his idea is if rook a6, he goes a5, right?
a5. And knight d7. He's just going to swap off, and then get the b.
And then that b pawn's just a monster. Oh wow, this is exciting.
Yeah.
So it'll be knight takes d7, king takes d7. Then how do you defend?
King takes d7, and then so white could try and take off this pawn on b3. So for example, rook b1, and then black takes on a4 presumably.
Yeah, or rook c3, rook a4, rook b3. And okay, it's only one pawn up, but it does look like a monster of a pawn.
Yeah. Supported pass
So,
pawn.
okay.
Knight takes d7, king takes.
Ah, hello, Venus. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? There's a streamers team event on Wednesday. No idea what that's all about, but you chose Rip B1. Okay, so presumably he takes on a4, then takes on b3. And then we need a good follow-up for black to finish, but presumably just pushing that b pawn is going to be enough.
So rook b1 he's played. So I was thinking just take this, just take the pawn on.
Yeah, so he's done that.
So you could throw in, he's done it. Okay, takes and takes.
Should be very simple for Luke now. I mean, to be fair, you say that, but Luke did mess up a rook and pawn endgame against Mickey in round 1 and was lucky that Mickey didn't know how to draw table base wise.
Well, they're never really, I never find them that easy, rook and pawn endings. Of course, Keith loves them. Rook there and b5 he's played. So it's kind of, can he get this b pawn moving?
b5, yeah. It looks strong. But then to be fair, it's all very well for us knowing that it's like -4. He doesn't know that. All he knows is he's got a pawn. So.
Yeah. Well.
It does look like a good endgame though.
At the moment, right? Black's got a sort of quite a simple plan because you just can push this pawn. And then presumably push the rook and chase this other rook away. And just keep the b pawn moving. And so how would what would white do? Maybe try and swap.
I think rook a2 at some point, and then yeah, rook a6 to just defend that weak pawn. Black's got slightly more time as well, a couple of extra minutes. Highlighted your message. Black's winning from what you can tell, but you're a starter. Okay, well, yeah, so this is why we have the evaluation bar on here, so you can see that it's like really in the favor of black. Without this, what we would say is black is a pawn up, but it is a rook and pawn endgame, and rook and pawn endgames are notorious for being drawn, even if a pawn up. There is, yeah, but to be fair, the king's really far away from the b file, and this pawn does seem to go through quite quickly. And I guess it's white's forced to swap off a pair of rooks now, because if he moves the rook away, he drops the d pawn.
Yeah,
so
Percy's suggesting white to attack the c pawn for counterplay. Although it feels like black can defend the c pawn quite easily. So, like, say you just did rook c3 or something, then I would think
Electron Zap. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Also, I love your name as a chemistry student.
Zap, yes, of course.
Appreciate the name Electron Zap. I spent half my life learning about electrons, doing various things. Chemistry is basically the study.
Zoe, would you swap off one pair of rooks, do you think?
Yes, because if you swap off one pair of rooks, then your king can defend a pawn by itself.
Yeah.
And then also, if you then swap off the second pair of rooks, it's just a winning king and pawn in game. But yeah, I think he can bring his king to a5 now, right? He can put his rook on c2, king to a5.
Yeah, I like the way black's rooks and pawn are lined up already, you know, just...
I like the fact that white can't bring his king through, because the pawn on d5 cuts it off from e4, and then the rook cuts it off from e2, and then he can't play e4 really to bring it in, because probably you can just take at some point.
Actually, we've had lots more moves from where I got to, so I'm just going to...
You do an electronic space YouTube channel. Interesting. So how did you get into chess? You just played a game and got 98.4 accuracy. Is that good? Yes, 98.4 is very good. The accuracy score, the higher the better. Obviously, 100% would be absolutely perfect. Best computer move every single move. 0% is probably impossible because you're going to have book moves in the opening. Yeah, 98.4 is good accuracy. That's what I tend to get in my correspondence games, where I spend ages thinking about them. So, but yeah, I think this is going to be a winning rook and pawn game. I like what he's done with this king, bringing it to a5, and now the king can march the pawn through. Though, to be fair, does he go to b4, rook takes c6, b3? Yeah, that's probably enough, isn't it?
Okay, so we can give up the c-pawn and just march the pawn.
But you see, that's why I wanted to put my rook on c2 before going king a5, just because...
Yeah.
To avoid any chance with that. But I think it's probably
say white does take... So it's black's go, right? So say we just march the pawn. Takes...
Your grade school had a chess master teach you chess in the 80s. Oh, nice. Which chess master was that? See if we know him.
Yeah.
What are you analysing? Rook takes c6.
I'm analysing, yeah.
b4, rook takes c6, b3.
B pawn. Yeah, Percy, this is in line with your
rook
plan.
c7, b2, rook b7. And then you just go king a4.
I'll tell you what.
King a3, rook a1.
Luke has just brought the king back to defend the pawn.
You forgot his name, but he was from Russia. To be fair, a chess master from Russia. That's always going to be someone strong.
Oh, this keeps taking...
He chose to go back. Oh, he's done my plan instead of putting his rook on c2.
Put the rook on c2 and... Oh, sorry, it keeps doing that. I've put in a move somewhere and I need to take it out again. So rook c2. Yeah. So now Luke could bring the king round and then push the pawn, right? So king a5 might be the next move. Now this c-pawn's defended.
Yeah, and then my idea was... he wants to... Oh, okay, this makes sense as well. He just trades that off and then he's just going to like bring his king and pawn down together.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, this is very, very exciting. Can we remember who are Gawain and Luke each playing in the final round?
Let's just check that out. So Gawain, was Gawain playing Danny? I have a feeling.
Yeah, Gawain's got Danny.
And Luke had Amit, was it? Luke against Amit, yeah. So Luke's got white against Amit and Gawain's got both against Danny.
Danny, I think Luke and Gawain have definitely been playing a lot better than Danny and Amit, but obviously it's rapid, anything can happen.
And the last round sometimes a bit special and you kind of forget what you've done in the tournament and
but it would be quite fun if both of them win and then have a playoff. Or both draw maybe. Because we don't want Danny to keep losing.
Both draw and have a playoff's good.
Yeah.
So here comes Luke's B pawn. Okay, 7. And now Luke, he's prepared to give away his pawn. He's gone B3, rook takes F7. Yeah. And so can he play B2 right away?
Well, you could play...
rook C4, do you think?
Yeah, rook C4, rook B4 looks sensible. Because rook C4, if you go rook A7, then you can go B2.
Yeah.
Also, king B6, followed by king C6, followed by king B7. Yeah, he's chosen that route. That looks nice, because then if rook F8, you go king B7.
King B6 he's played, yeah.
And then you just stop the rook getting back at all. Because, I can't see how that rook... I mean, you could try rook F4, but then I guess there's king B5 or rook C4.
Ooh, rook C4, yeah.
You would take the pawns. Fair enough. Which pawns would you take?
Whatever you're offered, that's what I would say. I would take them all.
Oh, it looks like Danny drew with Andy Horton. Oh, Danny's not going to be happy with that.
Oh,
that was one he wanted
Danny.
to win.
Oh.
Yeah, Danny's having a really tough tournament, but he's not very well at the moment. He made the decision because accommodation was so expensive. Danny decided to go stay with the family, but someone in the family had COVID when he went to go stay with them. So he's probably caught COVID from it. It's very, very stupid, and he's going to infect everyone in the tournament. But
Oh no.
Check with the castle. Yeah. The rook. You call them. You know, I used to call knights nimnims.
You called them what? Nimnims?
Nimnims. In primary school, we called knights nimnims. And my dad ran the chess club at my primary school. And it was like me and my brother and one of my brother's best friends at the time. We used to call the knights nimnims. And it really annoyed my dad because we knew exactly what they were. But then some new person would come along to the class and then we'd call them nimnims and confuse the new students.
Be fun to be a chess teacher and just name all the pieces wrongly, just for love.
Would he not have needed a PCR test?
Yeah, I think you meant to, aren't you? I think they
we
were asking
did.
everybody. Or,
Did they before?
Yeah,
probably because it's going around quite fast.
Yeah, whether you were vaccinated or whether you had a negative test, I think.
Okay, yeah, that's a win for Lawrence. There's still Marcus and Ravi still going on. I want to head back and see.
Yeah. So Luke's this one, is this over? This is.
Oh, we've got rook and 2 pawns versus rook.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know how that happened. I want to flick back to what happened because he did the exchange sack.
Yes. So I've got it at the moment. I'm on move 26. Rook takes h3. I think is where we got to.
Yeah.
Black had just.
And I'm not sure how that transposed to rook and 2 pawns versus rook.
F4. F4 white played.
Yeah, rook g3. Then he took on e2, yeah.
And he took on e3. And so this looks really... I was going to say it looks really good for black, although the computer's not particularly saying that. It looks good to me for black.
It says -7 at this point.
Okay.
Oh, look, he repeats once. This is really instructive stuff. Always repeat once. Like, black's never actually going to take the draw here.
No.
But he repeats once to gain some extra time on the clock. And it's like the Russian way of intimidating your opponents in a way. You're saying, haha, I know that I'm winning, but like you can't do anything about it. You're forced to repeat sort of thing.
Yeah. Black's got it under control. So queen e4 then. And threatening mate on
threatening, yeah.
And so queen g2.
Queen g2, queen d4, queen f4. Yeah, and again, he does another repetition. Gaining time on the clock and
remember,
this is quite fun.
Remember, these are best friends, these two.
This is great fun. Queen f6. Queen g2, hoping that Ravi goes back for a check again.
And goes queen g2 and rook h6. And so threatening, of course. I was threatening rook g6, but you have to watch out for the back rank.
Yeah.
Couldn't black play rook g6 on move?
So if you go rook g6, rook e8 check, king f7.
Yeah. Maybe the point is you don't have to. And okay.
I guess rook takes c8, rook takes g2, and like you have 2 rooks for the queen. Which he probably as pawns. I mean, black's probably still winning, but he wanted to just play simpler.
Yeah, he's doing it better. So rook g5, and then you do your rook. Oh, then you don't do.
But he still didn't do rook
g6 now. You would do rook g6 now, right?
Yeah. Why can't you play rook g6?
I would play rook g6. That looks like the thing.
No, that looks. Maybe he was worried about rook e8, king f7, and then some kind of
evaluation bars stopped reacting to anything, which is probably good.
Mine still thinks black's completely winning if he goes to rook g6. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why he didn't do that.
No.
Rook f2 take.
Okay, so he takes on here.
He could have had queen and bishop for 2 rooks. But okay, he took.
Queen takes. Yeah. It's a bit strange because now he's he's 2 pawns off and completely winning, but nonetheless.
Yeah, it makes it a bit more. Rook and pawn endgames, as I said earlier, are notorious for being drawish. But I mean, maybe he just trusts in his ability.
Yeah.
Oh, it's only one pawn now.
I think we must have missed something tactically. Or maybe he missed it.
Yeah, I think he missed it. The computer liked rook g6.
Yeah. Rook takes a7.
Okay, he managed to get the win. He trusted in his endgame ability. Eduard Zalkind was the Russian master that taught chess. I've never heard of them.
No, don't know. Don't know. You watch any chess films, Zoe?
Chess films. I watch films with chess in. You know, Harry Potter has chess in it.
Oh, it does. That is true. That is true.
I love Harry Potter. You seen? I've got a Lego Hedwig on my desk.
No.
I'll show you. I'll show you my Lego.
Let's see Hedwig.
There we go. This is my Lego Hedwig.
Cute. Very cute.
Yeah.
I'm going to make you all big just for a minute.
That's kind of really nice.
Yeah. Very good.
That's my Lego Hedwig.
I like it.
I've actually got quite a few Lego Harry Potter sets, because I've been collecting them, it makes birthday and Christmas easy, because I just go, I would like something Lego Harry Potter related. And then there's lots of different things. So I got the Hogwarts Express train. I built that back home in Oxford, but then I built this Hedwig one here.
It's really good. It's nice.
I absolutely love the Lego Harry Potter stuff, and it's a great investment, right? Because even when it's used, if you still keep the boxes, it basically sells for its RRP still, or even more than that when it's like retired stuff. So you could buy it and then decide, actually, I don't want this anymore, but then not lose any money. So I highly recommend investing.
Percy Hepworth had Hagrid's house. Was that Lego, Percy?
Hagrid's hut.
Hagrid's house. Yeah. Yeah,
Hagrid's hut's one as well. I don't have that one. I have my Hedwig. I have what else do I have? So I have my Hogwarts Express. I have the Privet Drive. So that's like the house that the Dursleys have.
Yes, I remember Harry lived under the stairs.
It comes with a car because of when they pull the jail bars off.
Yeah, Percy got Lego Hagrid's house.
Yeah, I love it. I bought myself the advent calendar this year because it was on the Black Friday sales on Amazon for like half price. But I left it in Oxford, so I haven't actually built any. But that's really exciting because you get different things each day and you build a little scene from it. And then I've got
an
Great Hall.
Escape room advent calendar. So each day there's a puzzle.
Well, that's quite exciting.
I'm only up to the 3rd of December. I'm a little bit behind on my advent.
But yeah, I know I have a lot. I have too much Lego that I need to build, and I'll get more. But my plan is next year when I start my grad job, I'm gonna hopefully with some friends rent a house because we're looking at the flats in Reigate to rent are actually really expensive, and if you get like 3 or 4 people, it makes more sense to rent a house. We'll do that, and then I'll display all of my Lego.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, that's the plan. I got some smaller sets and some bigger sets, but there's some really, really, really nice sets out there. Rabbit. Yeah. Bit of a tangent.
Let's do the last few moves of this.
Which game are you on?
This is still Ravi against Marcus. We did manage to queen.
Should we take a look at Andy and Danny?
Let's do that.
Because we'll go through that. Because I think Nick said that Danny missed something at some point.
Okay. So so Andy did d4, and
this is a Catalan, right? I want to learn the Catalan as well. I'm not entirely sure it'll suit me, but I like the fact it's got cat in the name.
That's a good reason for playing it, Zoe.
I've got cat ears somewhere in my room as well as antlers. Did you see the picture of me at Scarborough for Halloween? And I dressed up as a cat.
No, I did not see it.
And I dressed up as a cat on Halloween and played chess dressed up as a cat.
But now I'm getting really... Percy's now talking about a 2-foot-long Lego mallard.
Mallard?
It's a duck. Oh, steam train, he says. I thought it was a duck. It's a steam train.
I went to York and I saw stuff about the mallard. It's a really famous train. Yeah, so I ended up having to go through York for a day because I left a bag on a train and they made me go to York to go collect it. So I was like, while I'm there, I went to the National Railway Museum because it's free entry, and I went round and they have like a Mallard experience and stuff there. Yeah, Mallard's really, really famous train.
Okay.
If there's one opening you hate to face, it is the Catalan. I will bear that in mind if I ever play against you, Nick. I will learn the Catalan especially to play against you.
It's worth learning though, isn't it? To have I find it's useful to have a sort of E4 openings and then not E4 openings.
Yeah, I think
E4, do you?
I could do with expanding my repertoire a bit, and learning, even just to get experience in playing different sorts of setups and stuff. I think that will help me improve as a player.
Yeah, because they say, isn't it, it's helpful to play against the things you like to play, if you see what I mean, or if you know what your opponent plays, to try out playing what they play. We do that in our shogi team. We look at what the opponents play and then we try it all out, their kind of openings.
Yeah, interestingly though, you know the game that Lauren prepped E4 D4 with me, the center game thing for Europeans. Yes. The reason we prepped that is because my opponent seemed to be exactly like me. She played all the same openings as me, and every game she played, she was completely winning and then blundered in time trouble. And I was like, it's like playing against myself. What would I do if I was playing against myself? I would play stuff to get them out of prep, because I freak out when my opponent preps something that I'm not expecting. So that was why we went for this.
Yeah, and it worked.
You won't allow it. That's why you play the Queen's Gambit accepted. It worked really, really well, actually. I recommend this line with E4, E5, D4. Because I looked into it a lot, and basically the computer will say black is like minus 0.5 or something, but it's with only moves for about 20 moves to be minus 0.5, and some of them are very weird moves, and if they don't do that, it's either equal or better for white.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's highly
it's
recommend.
Worth knowing it as well, just like now you know what to do if anyone does it.
Yeah, like if anyone did it against me as black, I would know what I was doing, and I wouldn't have known that before. So that's nice.
Okay.
Yeah, Danny's going to be disappointed with a draw here. He was going to try and win this tournament, you know. He was getting really hyped up and pumped, and he was really confident in himself, and then it's just not gone to plan for him.
Well, I suppose they, you know, you got to be pretty confident, haven't you, in order that you might win it. Because if you go in there thinking you're not going to, then you're usually not.
Yeah. You might as well try everything else you've tried after when E5 led to nothing. Honestly, I really recommend E4, E5, D4, right? If black, you can't play it all the time because then people will start preparing and then they'll just prepare the like one line that they have to know and they'll be fine. But if you do it as one-off stuff or occasionally to surprise them. So now like everyone that preps against me is probably going to have to briefly look at that. I could still whip it out.
I do like E4, E5, F4. Which I suppose is a similar sort of idea, but they do know what to do against it. So
I love playing against King's Gambit.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Because everyone has a line they really actually like against the King's Gambit.
Yeah, so, I mean, after we look through this game, I can give you the main line if you want in the E4, E5, D4.
Yeah, well, why don't we do it? Yes, okay. So, right, how are we doing? I'm up to 11 Queen B7. And I think this
yeah, and then I saw he went knight d6 to grab the bishop pair. Yeah. And I quite liked white's plan.
Looks fine to black for me as well, though. Knight e4, he's done. And f5, Danny went.
No, it's not bishop pair, sorry, because he's already traded off. Okay, yeah, that makes, yeah. Yeah, I like black then, because it's not the bishop pair, it's just one bishop.
Just one bishop. And he's going to finish a bishop.
I like the fact that black's potentially going for some kind of attacking chess. Yeah. I'm not a fan of rook fe8 though. Don't like that. I'm going to play rook f6 and attack.
Yeah, rook f6.
Or rook f7 as well.
Hmm.
Maybe rook f6 runs into some kind of...
I'm thinking long diagonal stuff, perhaps.
Well, so far the eval bar seems to like rook f6. But then maybe you get a repetition if they go bishop b2 and you have to go back. The rook f7 is also an interesting move. I like it on the f-file. I like this attacking stuff.
I suppose Danny might be looking for an e5 at some point with his rook e8. To kind of close off that that diagonal.
I thought he was going for d5 though, because why did he play rook at a d8? Why not go rook a e8 if you want?
Yeah, true. So okay, so bishop d6, he doesn't take this bishop. He knight e7, d1, and taps it again, and then d6. Oh, he's going d6.
Okay, I like what he did with knight c8 to try and force the bishop back.
Yeah. Knight d2 and d5. No, you're right. That's what he's doing. d5. Although I kind of think that e5. He doesn't like white has control of the e5 square. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean you can play knight c5 instead of d5. And then you still have flexibility with going for e5. Yeah, well then knight c5 and then after the queen moves go e5. Shut off that bishop. And then you can play for e4 or f4. So where does this queen go? Queen c2, e5. How far away are both of you from gaining WFM and WGM respectively in 2022?
I'm afraid for me, I'm going the wrong way for WGM. I'm going down the way. So I've kind of lost ambitions there.
You could still go for it.
Well, you see, the thing is, right, I suppose if I'm saying I've been learning stuff, it would be more in shogi than chess at the moment. And so if I were to learn chess again, I think it wouldn't be hard for me to gain points because I've lost quite a lot of points. So it would be a question of kind of gaining points back. So I think I could do that, but to do it, I would have to put in a lot of effort. And
do you think shogi helps with your chess?
Yeah. In some ways, and definitely chess helped me learn to get better at shogi fast, if you see what I mean. Yeah, I do like all sorts of different games, and so I quite like having different games that I can play, and so I think sort of the more you play, then it helps you learn new games quickly for sure.
Yeah.
But maybe it won't help going from a WIM to WGM, if you see what I mean. It kind of helps that sort of general game theory. But then I like that. So I play, for example, in the there's this Mind Sports Olympiad in London that happens each year.
I played the chess for that before. I qualified for that because I played back in 2014. I played it was at some space center, but it was like the chess part of it. And I won 5 out of 5.
Very good.
Like I just won all my games because I had just come back from my first Europeans, and so I was like really on form. And then I qualified for the final of the Mind Sports thing, but I didn't play because I was like 14 or 15, and it was But yeah,
I got the silver medal for the women's.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so I played lots of different games, and so chess counted for one of my. I got silver in color chess, which is a lovely game as well. Which is where you have to move the piece to. So there's all these different colors. You move the piece to a color, and then they have to move a piece to the same color, and then they move a different color, and then you go to that color. So it's actually surprisingly like normal chess because it's still whether your pieces are defended and whether you've got mobility and that kind of thing. But it's very, very nice. And then but the other games I was scoring points at weren't really chess. So like Dominion and then there was this nice one. I've forgotten the names of the games, but there was this one about blocking off. There was Battle Sheep. I don't know. Maybe I didn't get points on that, but it was a lovely game. I think Sabrina plays Battle Sheep very well. Sabrina Chavan. But anyway, yeah, there's the person who there's a chess player that normally does extremely well in that. I don't know if you know Ankush Khandelwal. He often wins the whole event. Yeah, but yeah,
that sounds really nice.
Like different games. But Bristol Pete saying, what's the impact of computers on shogi? So again, like chess, they've discovered kind of new openings and new setups, and so in shogi you don't just castle like in chess. You castle, but you can move your king. There isn't a castling move, so you move your king to certain places, and there's certain sort of constructions of pieces, and all of them you call castling. But anyway, Alpha Zero did a kind of new type of castle that was sort of different from the ones that the pros have been using. So it's sort of learn just a different way of setting up pieces. But it's still so in shogi your rooks start kind of what in chess you might have that as your G file. But it was still pushing the pawn in front of its rook and just doing that at first, which is a move that people did as well. But it does quite like the sort of attacking and opening lines for its pieces in shogi as well.
It's really interesting. Do you do shogi streams as well?
I'm planning one. I am planning one, actually. Yes. I'll tell you something very exciting, which is so there's this World Shogi League and. Where it's kind of Great Britain 2 is actually there's Matthew Sadler and also another chess player who you probably know, Martin Hamer.
I love Martin Hamer.
Yeah. So he plays. So we
regular. And I beat him in Scarborough.
Oh no, he's very. But
no, nice. He's because he's
Rob, yeah. Anyway, so but we're 1-1 against Denmark at the moment, and this is the final match of the season. But the final game is, funnily enough, Matthew against Peter Heine Nielsen, who's like doing seconding work.
Yeah.
So he's a very, very strong shogi player as well. So I've written to the only woman professional shogi player from out of Japan, and she said that she'll be happy to do a stream with me. For when that game happens. So
that is so exciting.
Very exciting. Yeah. Hugely. I might even stream it on here and so people can see shogi. But it's not all arranged yet, so got to make those arrangements, but should be really
that is really exciting.
Yeah.
In terms of me for getting WFM in 2022, I mean, as I said, my goal is to get it by the July rating list, so I get it before I graduate. I think it's doable but difficult is how I'd describe it. I need to continue working hard. I need a bit of luck.
You need in terms to play enough games as well, don't you, Zoe?
Yeah.
Because you've got to gain quite a few points, and so the more, but you are gaining points when you play.
Yeah. But I mean, I've gone up a lot since I've been able to get back over the board. I just hope it doesn't all shut down again.
Yeah.
Which would be really unfortunate. But I reckon I can do it. But
yeah. Because you're studying so much and playing so much and streaming so much. It's bound to.
The thing is, my rating performances have mostly all been over 2100. But then obviously to actually get the rating to 2100, I need rating performances higher than that because it's going to get more difficult as I get closer. But I think theoretically I'm playing at the right level. It's whether I can do it consistently enough and get the right players and stuff.
Yeah.
Imagine an Armageddon between Luke and Gawain. We might not have to imagine that. I mean, it's still quite a long way off. It's still technically 5 games away, but
yeah.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that. Should we?
Where are we up to? So I was on F3.
Yeah, so I just I
was on 26 F3.
No, I was saying 22 when he went
22
D5.
Let's go there. Right, 22 D5, I'm there.
Yeah, but I was suggesting knight C5 followed by E5 instead.
Yeah, because I was wanting E5 as well.
Yeah, I really liked your plan of E5, and then you have flexibility between going E4 or F4 depending on what feels right. And I felt that pawn was the better one to push rather than the D pawn. So And then I thought, but obviously if you go e5 immediately, then white could maybe just take on e4. So that's why I was throwing knight c5 in first.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I thought perhaps that
nice,
was...
nice.
And then,
yeah.
And then maybe queen c2 is what I'd expect. Because if you put the queen on e3 or f3, then I would be scared after e5 of it getting chased around with the pawns.
It's kind of getting hit, isn't it, when the pawns come
forward. So I would predict queen c2 and then just e5. And yeah, the computer was evaluating it as just dead equal. But I slightly prefer this sort of plan for Danny compared to what he did.
Yeah. This looks nice. Yeah. And push, because the pawns are mobile, aren't they? These kingside pawns.
Yeah.
Yeah. So d5. And so he's kind of cementing in this knight on e4. But white knight is now coming around and going into e5. So knight f3. And then black plays f4. Knight e5, hitting the queen f5. And Zoe, your favorite move coming up.
G4. I'm going to put exclam G4 on my channel. Very exciting command. It's the best command on my channel.
If G4 is a valid chess move, it should be considered.
With the kappa.
Yeah, it was more than considered.
Can't miss out the kappa. I was considering learning the grob.
Like Martin plays, yes.
I think Alessia, like the streamer from Italy, I think she likes the grob, plays it a bit online and stuff. Cool. Yeah, I don't think I'd use it over the board, but might be fun for blitz. But then the thing is, because I want to improve over the board, I think it would be a waste of my time to learn the grob for blitz.
I don't think I've ever played the grob. Ever playing it.
Maybe you should learn it as well.
I should maybe learn it as well, yeah. We need a grob theme tournament, don't we, Zoe?
Would be fun.
All right, queen g5, f3.
Yeah, I like white now. I think Danny missed an opportunity. That knight on e5 looks really nice. And yeah, Danny definitely missed the chance to shut that bishop off on that diagonal.
Yeah, I like that bishop and knight layout as well.
And again, fits with what I was saying about Andy Horton's getting really nice positions.
Mm. The grob is refuted by the Romford Gambit. I don't know what the Romford Gambit is. Do you know the Romford Gambit?
Never heard of it.
Okay, so we get to an endgame now. And
yeah, and I was told that Danny missed an opportunity in the endgame.
So on 34, yes, this now looks quite good for black. We've kind of flicked through a bit, but the pawn on e2 looks a bit backwards, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That looks quite weak. And then the problem is you don't want to allow this rook to invade. So if you go rook d1 to run a trade, then I think we would just take off on e2. You take on d5. We grab on a2, and black must be doing a lot better there.
Yeah.
So rook e1's probably forced.
Rook e1.
And then he chooses rook c8.
I thought black might go d4, d3, but I suppose white just brings the king in.
Yeah, because that was my first thought, but I guess, we just...
Nothing much. So yes, I see what Danny's doing.
King
rook round to c2. Yeah.
I really like that. That's really active. Piece activity, particularly in the endgame, is so important. So a4, rook b2.
Percy's saying that the Romford Gambit is a Steve Davis opening and an engine opening discovered by the Romford robot.
Does Danny have to go for this plan of trading the e for the d pawn? Because I liked the fact that white's rook was really tied down there. Okay, so let's say after a4, instead of going rook b2 straight away, can we go king f7 with the idea that if you go rook d1, I'm going to meet that with king e6?
Okay, so a4. Yeah, like it.
So activate the king.
Here's idea. King f7. If rook d1 to attack that d pawn, and then king e6. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think instead of that, probably white would try maybe king f1 or king f2.
Yeah.
But then we can go king e6 anyway, perhaps, and we just activate our king.
Yeah, I'm thinking white might, if you can get the setup, you might try h4, mightn't you, to weaken these sort of black's setup of pawns on the king's side.
I just think this bringing the king in would have made a lot more sense.
I agree with you.
I don't like what he did trade because white's rook was so nicely tied down to this e pawn.
And now for lunch. I know what that means.
I've had lunch at 4 p.m. many a time.
What that means. Yeah.
I'm excited for my mac and cheese after this.
Oh yeah.
Maybe I should put the oven on.
I'm gonna have cheese on toast for dinner. Dinner,
tea, whatever. Evening meal, food.
That's what I'm having. Now
I love cheese on toast. I love cheese. Right. I got Tesco order coming tonight. I ordered some cheese strings because I felt like being a child. I'm not even joking. I genuinely put cheese strings in my order.
I don't know if
I was craving them last night. I was like, I really want cheese strings. It's literally just plastic cheese, but it's really fun because you can like peel it off and eat it really slowly.
That sounds grim.
Have you never had a cheese string?
I don't know about cheese strings.
It's
I don't know what they are.
It looks like a stick of rock. You know, like the candy in its shape. But it's basically like plasticky cheese, but you can like peel it off in strings and you can eat like strings of cheese. Oh, dippy egg with soldiers. Yes.
Yes. Now that is nice. I like that.
I want that as well now.
That is.
We used to have a favorite.
I might not have cheese on toast tonight anymore.
I used to have a favorite egg cup. And it was like this little chick. I used to like going. I used to make sure that it was like perfect. I used to drive my mum insane, making her make us perfect runny eggs.
Yeah.
Oh, I want egg. I want egg with soldiers now.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, very hungry. But yeah, no, I don't like what Danny did, allowing this trade because you activate white's pieces again and make it easier for them. I think he missed an opportunity there. But again, it's a lot easier to see when you're commentating. I was looking at this
plan for counterattack for white was king f2.
And which position?
So this is after your king f7.
Okay, king f7, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to go king f2.
Yeah. But I've got a bit of a drawback.
Okay, I'll go king e6.
Okay, you are going to go there. Then in that case, I will do my plan, right? So I'm going to go h4.
Okay, so if I just take?
Yeah. Then I'm going to go around and just recapture. And say...
King g2 or rook h1?
Rook h1.
Because then I think you do have to worry about d4.
I have to worry. Yeah, no, you're right.
D4, d3 now.
Yeah. Yeah, and because your king's in close...
Because you're pinned.
Yeah. So that doesn't work.
But you could try king g2. But then I think I go rook b2. Because now I've defended my d pawn. Now I do come after the b pawn.
Mm.
Yeah, I think the advert for cheese strings is awesome. Let's go out and buy some cheese strings. Also, I ordered the twisted ones, which are like, it's like orange and yellow cheese, like twisted together in a spiral.
Oh, it's not getting better. It's not.
Yeah. I was just sat in bed last night, like, I really want a cheese string right now. So I ordered myself some.
Still doesn't sound like. All right, so rook b2, rook d1 takes, and rook takes d5.
Yeah. So yeah, I think Danny missed the chance.
I think getting a king has got to be the thing.
And again, he still doesn't want to get his king in. But But the problem is now, White's rook becomes active.
Yeah. You could still... Oh, he does bring the king in now. Yeah.
Apparently A5's a massive blunder.
A5's a mistake.
Okay, so instead of A5, can we try your H4 plan?
Try H4 now.
Because then you can bring the rook across.
Yeah.
Because if we take...
Yeah. Take...
the F pawns are weakened. So you can throw in rook F7 first, forcing the king further away from the...
Yeah, okay.
So king E6, then you could go rook H7.
Yeah.
And if rook A2, you don't take on H4, you go rook B7. And go the B6 pawn first. And then you could just repeat the position. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, you have to see quite a few moves, but...
Percy's not convinced by the cheese strings.
Just try them. They're very good.
Oh, I better get them at some point, I suppose. Posh cocktails. Yes, okay, yeah, can do that. Well, just cheese and pineapple.
Cheese and pineapple sticks are my favourite party food ever. It's like whenever we'd go to a party, everyone else would want the party rings and stuff, which to be fair, I do like party rings as well. True. But they'd want all of the cakey things, party rings and chocolate things, and I would just want the cheese and pineapple sticks. They're like my favourite. And every year for New Year, my family have a tradition when we're all together for New Year that we have like party type food. Yeah. And then I always make cheese and pineapple sticks.
Ooh, it is nice.
Absolutely love them. What about pineapple on pizza?
Yeah. You see, because I can do pineapple. I can do when we do our homemade pizzas, I put cashew nuts and raisins on them, and it's really nice.
Ooh, that sounds interesting.
Yeah.
I do. I've tried doing homemade stuffed crust before, which is always interesting. I love putting pineapple on pizza. The problem is if it's too wet, if a homemade pizza is not great. So you have to get it right. But my favorite ever pizza is like a vegetable pizza, but with pineapple. And whenever I'm ordering pizzas from anywhere, this is what I get. So it's like mushrooms and peppers.
Like a veggie supreme and extra pineapple.
Yeah, but I get rid of the red onions and put pineapple on instead.
Yeah.
So that's my favorite. I also like Fiorentina, but I get rid of the olives and put mushrooms on.
Yeah.
So I don't like olives.
I do. I think I like olives.
I find them bitter.
And capers are nice. I put capers on. I put capers on with raisins and the cashew nuts.
I like capers, yeah. I really like seafood. Seafood pizza is really nice. I like mussels and prawns and anchovies and
quite like
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Definitely pineapple pizza. Cashew edition sounds lush. Yeah, you don't want too many anchovies because they're very salty.
They are.
But just like a little sort of sprinkle of anchovies on the top is quite nice.
Yeah.
I'm so hungry now. I'd like to.
You can tell you're getting hungry because we're going to start just talking about food. You get that if you're hungry. That's all you can talk about.
Yeah, I think I might whack the oven on just before the next round starts. You're back. Is Gawain and Luke... Gawain and Luke are equally in the lead at the moment, which is very exciting because if they both get the same result in their games in the final round, then they'll have to play a playoff.
Yes.
Do you think we're going to be joined by anyone else?
I think we're going to be special guests very soon.
That's exciting.
Yes, he'll come at 4:30, I think.
Okay.
And so wait a minute. Let's see the standings. Actually, all right. So we'll look at the cross table. So 6-6-5. So if Gawain and Luke both lost, Amit could catch them up, but that sounds unlikely.
But to be fair, if Luke lost, it would be to Amit.
Okay. So if Amit won and Gawain lost, there would be then a 3-way playoff. Or if Gawain and Luke did the same thing, but it wasn't losing, it could be a 2-way playoff, and otherwise somebody wins.
Yeah, so if Gawain and Luke both lose, it's 3 ways. Oh wow, that's. But I don't think they're both going to lose because
I don't think they are.
They're playing people lower.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. A Waterford Wizard likes the sound of cashew nuts. Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
It's nice.
I really like cashew nuts.
Me
Do you
too.
ever get nuts at Christmas?
So it's again?
Do you ever get nuts at Christmas?
No, not you. No. But it's a good idea.
Because I used to have a little stocking, right? And we would get chocolate coins.
Yes.
An orange. And then some kind of nut. So like Brazil nuts or walnuts or cashew nuts or pistachios or whatever. We'd like get nuts, and then we'd get the nutcrackers out. Yeah, pistachio is very nice. My dad's allergic to almonds. I think I said this yesterday, which is really sad. But yeah, I do like nuts. Cashew nuts, I like them. I used to like Chinese food, like Chinese takeaway food. My body does not respond well to that. Oh, have we got gassed? I'll shut up.
We have John. M's Grandmaster. Hi.
Hi, Natasha. Hi, Zoe. How's it going?
Hello. It's going great, thanks. We're getting very distracted by talking about food.
We've been streaming a little while. So
Can you add John's title to it?
Just doing that. Yes. There we go. There you go.
Great.
Cool. So we were just looking at the standings, John, and it looks like if Gawain and Luke do the same thing, so they're joint in the lead. If they do the same thing, then we get to a playoff.
Right. So I've joined just at an exciting time then.
You do, yes.
So we've actually got equal first, Luke and Gawain. They do have They actually have a playoff match, do they? Do you know? Is that what happens, or is there?
Yeah. So the rule for the tournament, well, assuming it's the same as the women's, was so most prize money shared apart from first place, which they play off, and it's 2 rapid games, and then if that's still tied, 2 blitz games, and if that's still tied, an Armageddon.
Oh my gosh! So it might be here for a while, actually.
We'll see. We'll have to see. Yeah, it would be very exciting to get a playoff between them, I think.
It would. So I've missed out. I haven't. What have the games been like so far today?
Yeah. Well, what have they been?
I was surprised that Gawain and Luke had a quick draw.
Gawain and
because I thought.
Yeah.
Because Gawain and Luke was this morning, and I thought Luke would try and press for a win, but they agreed a really quick draw. Luke obviously trusted that Mickey would hold against Gawain, which he did.
Yes. Yeah, so Gawain's had 2 draws.
That's some exciting.
He won in the morning against Lawrence, and then he's had draws against Luke and Mickey.
Okay.
And Luke has just won against Lawrence.
Right, so Luke has just caught Gawain up just in the last round, yeah?
Yeah, because both of them had some tough games, because Luke lost against Andrew Horton this morning. Obviously, Andrew is the underdog of the tournament, had lost all the other games to that point. And last night, Gawain lost to a meet. He just blundered a fork, which, to be fair, wasn't the most obvious because it was prepared by an exchange, but it was still unfortunate that he blundered that fork. Okay. Other than that, they've both been performing exceptionally well. So
parents for the last round. What's who's Luke's? So Luke's playing Amit, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
And Gawain's got Danny.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
And how's Danny getting on? What scores is he on?
He's not doing very well. He's having a tough tournament, and a lot of my chat supports Danny because obviously he's come on, done a lot of stuff with my channel. So.
But he could be the spoiler, though, couldn't he, of course, in the last
He's definitely going to want the spoiler. 100% he's going to want to. That's what he said to me, because I was playing the women's last week and I was playing Lan in the last round. And we had a pre-arranged draw because she needed a draw to win the tournament. It didn't affect anything for me. So I wasn't feeling too great.
So you were the opposite of a spoiler, yeah?
Yeah, and Danny said to me, he was like, you should have spoiled her tournament.
Yeah,
yeah. So he'll definitely be on for it.
You've got a raid.
Leela Karitsa, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. How are you doing today? How was your stream? Oh, it's amazing. Lena was actually one of my inspirations for streaming in the first place. I don't know if she knows that, but yeah, I love her streams.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the follows, guys. Welcome to my stream. I think there's a weird echo.
Oh,
My thing. I don't know why. Oh, we got spam emotes. Hello.
Are these comments on your stream? So I can't see them.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. It's
So I'm actually co-streaming along with the ECF commentary channel with
right. Okay.
Natasha Regan, and then John Ems has just joined us for the last round. We are commentating on the English Rapidplay, which is getting very exciting because this last round, if Gawain and Luke have the same result, then we will have a playoff between them.
yes. And they're two of England's top players. And and so they're not playing each other in the last round. So Luke's playing Amit Ghazi and Gawain's playing GM Danny Gormali. And so we'll just, I guess, because they're all playing in person, of course. So I guess they can see each other's games. I wonder if they will focus on their own games or be keeping an eye.
Yes, that's an issue when you're playing online, isn't it? Not knowing. And in fact, I remember that being quite an issue actually. Playing for NCL online teams, and not being able to see unless you're very sort of able to do your teammates' results.
Yeah.
Score was.
Now this.
It was.
Have you seen? So Danny against Gawain.
I've got that open. I'm very excited. He went 6-C3.
E5 because I thought Gawain Gawain likes Sicilian, doesn't he? So Danny's gone E4 and Gawain's gone E5.
Yeah, Gawain likes Sicilian, but he does play this line of the Lopez too. Yeah.
I guess he needs to try and win. He's in pretty much a must-win situation until you see. But I was going to say, I don't know if it's the same setup as it was for the women's event, but for the women's one, they had a projector up that had all of the live games on it. So we could just look at the projector to see how the other games were going. You didn't have to try and see past people's water bottles and all of that. But yeah. I don't know if they'll be in the same room because it was quite a small room. We only had 4 boards. They've got 5. Maybe it's the same room. Yeah.
Bristol Pete has confirmed the playoff. So 2 games of 3+2, and if it's still level, then the Armageddon.
Oh, is there not the 2 rapid as well then?
I think so. Actually, from what I see, it says there'll be 2 game playoff. It's mentioned what time limit, but maybe that will be rapid because it says if still level, then there's the 3+2. Natasha.
Oh, is that? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay.
So it might be 2 rapid.
Sorry, 2 rapid. Okay.
Yeah.
Might be. Yeah.
Because I know they definitely told us for the women's one that if there'd been a playoff, it was 2 rapid, and then if level 2 blitz, and then if level Armageddon.
That could take a while.
That's like an extra 3 rounds, isn't it? Added on.
It would be very exciting, though. Definitely want to see that.
Mm.
So we've both got on Danny's game against Gawain at the moment, yeah.
Yes.
And
looks
like a pretty normal position. Black will probably play Rook E8 here, I guess. Or maybe Black might take on D4 and then play something like Knight A5. Try and get play like that.
What do we predict for this result? Because I know Danny's definitely going to really, really want to mess up Gawain's tournament, even if it means just holding a draw rather than actually winning. He's gonna be out to do it. But the last time they played was actually in the online for NCL. And this is when Danny got accused of cheating because Danny had been playing like hours and hours of Bullet.
Yeah.
And then he plays Gawain in 4NCL, and he literally treats it like a bullet game and plays everything instantly, which is a bit disrespectful against someone so strong. But he beats Gawain like that. So he obviously got accused by a couple of people, but they analysed the games and then he was like, yeah, it is legit.
you mean basically, yeah, there's loads of mistakes.
But so that was the last time that they played, I believe. So Danny is definitely going to want to win that. And Danny just likes spoiling people's tournaments. He doesn't really care
So do you think Danny might try and play it like it's a bullet game, given it was so successful last time, and just kind of blitz out every single move?
Would be quite funny. But he's having a poor tournament at the moment. He's had some very bad games. Obviously, against Luke, just hanging a rook for nothing was...
Yeah. And he was fine, wasn't he, if he didn't do that?
Yeah. But it'll be interesting to know whether Danny would rather Gawain won or Luke won. I'm not sure. I know he doesn't really like either of them much, so...
So yeah. Can you... Does he say...
I like them both. Danny isn't capable of cheating. He's a sportsman. That is true. I don't think Danny would ever cheat. I think Danny is too against cheating. He says and does some controversial things, but I don't think he would ever cheat.
No.
At least not in chess. If he found a way to cheat the gambling, then he might try. Influence the horses. I think it's quite an interesting position there. I like Black's choice of opening. This is the sort of thing I would go for is Black.
Yeah, I do. I like this actually. I mean, it might be a bit better, but what Black's got is Black at least has got some play.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't get in the Roy Lopez.
Yeah.
There's going to be some imbalance. There's going to be some imbalance here.
Which is what Gawain wants because...
Yes.
But yeah, I think Danny's downfall this tournament has been pushing pawns too fast. I think poorly influenced by me doing that all the time and losing. So...
Do you think that E5's a bit premature, Zoe, then?
Yeah. I'm not really sure. I mean, we've got the computer evaluation bar on, which always helps.
Yeah, that's what helps. So do you agree with the computer? Yeah.
I think it opens up Black's bishop here.
Sure. I mean, typically, White would normally try to answer C5 with D5.
Yeah.
To blunt the bishop on B7.
I like what Gawain's done there, just ignoring it, keeping the tension.
Yeah.
Because White doesn't want to take on C5.
No, and if D6, if he takes D6, Black might play C4 first.
Yeah, or even taking on E3 at some point, grabbing the bishop pair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think E5 was premature by Danny. I think he's at the point where he had some bad games and he's getting desperate and he's just throwing everything at their king, which is exactly what I do, and it's not a good way to play chess. But it could work in Gawain's favour in this game.
Yeah, that pawn on H6 is quite important because otherwise knight G5 would be quite a nice move.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy, I like his queen on B1 actually, though I would rather it was a bishop on B1 and a queen
on E4.
Yeah, that would be...
I suppose if Black does get C4 in, then knight D3 can block off that diagonal.
Yeah, or even, to be honest, even if Black gets C4 enough, the bishop C2, even if you just swap off that bishop.
Swap it off. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. I mean, I think we all agree with the bar on the left hand side here that the E5. We'll see. Yeah. A3. Okay. So that's interesting. So I suspect now.
You either drop back or
you can't drop back to C6 because D5 hangs.
Oh, so you have to do C4, do you?
C4 would be the obvious choice. Yeah, I mean the other option is to take on E3 and then go knight D5.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for resubscribing, Alex. Appreciate it. You're 6 months now. That's insane. Oh, you got the gold subscriber badge. Gold horsey.
Gold horsey.
Golden horsey. Yeah, I set it up. It's like purple for 1 month, and then it goes bronze, silver, gold, diamond.
Oh, nice.
For my little badges for subscribing. Yeah. Yeah, I like A3 though, kicking that knight away, because I think that knight could be quite annoying. And it does now bring ideas of bishop A2, queen C2, bishop B1. It's a bit of a long way off, but we can imagine.
It's like a grand scheme, isn't it?
I don't know if you saw any of Gawain's games yesterday, but I like the fact he was playing pseudo Panov as white, so E4, C6, C4, which is what
I played that. I like that.
Yeah, I play that as white. So I was very pleased that he did that in a couple of games and had some nice games in that, which is a good advertisement for the opening.
Actually, let's pop into Luke's game as well. So keep an eye on that one. So Luke's is a Caro-Kann.
Luke's game. Yeah, because that matters as well, doesn't it?
That's true. So we need, it's whoever does best.
Oh, there's 2 knight f3 thing again that he did.
Yeah,
we saw that earlier in the tournament as well.
He's done this already, hasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, this has become quite popular, this 2 knights.
H3. Takes. E6. So his favourite pawn setup.
Yeah, the rock solid, we call it.
Bishop e2, bishop c5, and queen g3, taking advantage of this bishop having moved to put pressure on there. Bishop d4, castle, knight e7. Takes,
then he relieves the tension.
Takes. Oh, bishop d1. That.
Yeah, may I ask what you think about taking with the e-pawn? Would you have taken with that, or would you have?
Yeah, because obviously if you take with the c-pawn, you get the sort of the nice sort of Carlsbad structure, don't you? Black. I mean, that's really solid if you can take with the c-pawn. But I'm wondering, I mean, then obviously, you know, castles, knight c6, and then even possibly some minority attack.
Because normally the reason you take with the e-pawn instead is because you have a light squared bishop that you don't want to get stuck behind it. But you don't have that here.
No, you don't. So there is some sort of attraction of taking with the c-pawn and having those nice solid pawns in the centre.
So maybe he was worried about
knight b5.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. So you have to play knight f5 first, I think, after knight b5.
Knight f5, and then what's knight c7 check? Is that something or not?
Nice.
King d7, and you're losing a piece because your queen's attacked.
Yeah. So queen somewhere. Queen b3 maybe.
Queen c7.
Queen c7. I go bishop b6.
Queen takes b7.
And you just castle and get on with it, yeah?
Yeah, castles, knight d7.
I'm going to take on a8.
No, knight d7 first. And then I think you have comp for the pawn.
Actually, after queen c7, you could consider just castling.
Castle.
Unless white can play g4, yeah? But then maybe queen h4 or something.
You can't take on d8 and go knight c7?
Yeah, that's probably too much, isn't it? Yeah, maybe that's too little. You're getting too little for the exchange.
Too little.
Yeah.
Too little.
Yeah, okay. Queen c7.
Queen c7.
I still like bishop b6, and if queen b7, knight d7, and that queen doesn't really have many squares, and then you castle afterwards, and you've definitely got comp for the pawn.
You do.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so c takes... Yeah, it's interesting about c takes. Why not? I mean, it just looks like a reasonable choice, doesn't it?
Yeah. Rana's, good evening. Is it evening yet? It's dark outside.
Yeah. Queen a3. Ocelot says queen a3 to stop castling. So knight b5.
Knight b5. Knight f5. Queen a3.
Interesting. Yes.
Okay, and then if we go knight... Oh, yeah, because if knight c6... Oh, no, we just move our bishop so we don't give up the bishop. Bishop
f6.
Yeah, bishop f6. And if g4, then you've got knight d4. Oh, and then you're threatening bishop e7, and then you will be able to castle. Here it's actually afternoon. I never know what the difference is definition-wise. Like, do you go based on a time? Do you go based... I normally say it's evening after I've eaten dinner. Or tea, or whatever we call it. Had that debate earlier as well. After eating the meal in the evening time, it's evening. Before then, it's afternoon. But then it's dark outside, so But it's not even 5 p.m. yet.
It's true.
But yeah, no, I think that was worth it. I can understand why he would have been worried about knight b5, but it just seemed a bit strange to me to allow this thing where you take with the e pawn.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, black's pretty solid.
Yeah.
Yeah. So bishop d1, I guess I was playing knight e2, but I'm just wondering why I chose d1 instead of like.
Oh, that was the other observation. If a meet wins and Danny beats Gawain, then a meet will join Luke and Gawain at the top.
He will, yeah.
With a 3-way playoff, which would be even more exciting.
And even longer.
Yeah.
Would that be, I mean, okay, 3-way playoff, would that be like a all-play-all double round from white and black?
Probably, right? But then how would you decide which order they played and who gets breakthrough and... Well, that's... Yeah, because I guess if it was like 4 players, you could do like semi-finals and finals. But...
3 players is just... Oh, that would just be ridiculous, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and then it's a bit unfair. Maybe they draw lots and one's automatically through to the final and the other 2 do a playoff first and then... I think I've seen that sort of thing happen in Terra Final when Basman used to do it.
Yes, I think they've done it. Yeah, I've certainly seen where they have more than 2 players. It's just the top 2 on tiebreak go for the playoff.
Ah, okay.
So, for example, they'll use a particular tiebreak, like some of opponents. Well, obviously, for all play all, it have to be different, wouldn't it? Is it Sonnenberger?
Yeah, that's true. Or could you have done previous head-to-head against each other?
Yes, but they could use that. Yeah, they could use that actually to determine.
Oh, and then Amit would do it because if he beats Luke and he's already beaten Gawain.
Yes.
And then so presumably Luke and Gawain would have a playoff to see who plays the playoff against Amit.
Let's have an idea of why not just split the top 3.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just in the rules that first place money can't be split and everything else can. For you, it's 2 p.m. Whereabouts are you then? 2 p.m. That's further west of us, right?
Yeah.
So,
are you
it'd be one of the Americans, presumably.
Uruguay.
Montevideo, nice. I love that name, Montevideo. It's a pretty cool capital name. Exciting.
Has there been some more moves in Luke's
game? So 97, 92, bishop e5, queen f3. I'm thinking Luke's wanting to put this bishop on the c2 h7 diagonal.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, because he goes for d4 and c3.
Yeah, I think that's
knight g6. So are we expecting bishop c2 in response?
Yeah. Now or in a couple of moves' time, I guess. Because you could also, right, with this knight, are we going to get the knight? Is this the sort of... Because we've seen a few knight f5s, haven't we? In this tournament?
What's a knight g3, knight f5?
Maybe.
You're back. You just finished lunch. Hi, Nick. Yeah, it's getting very exciting. We're hoping at least that Luke and Gawain will have the same result for a playoff to get more excited. Or at least I'm hoping that. I don't know if you two just want to get off and have some dinner. We're very excited about what we're going to eat for dinner.
That too, yeah.
So if knight g3, maybe Amit's idea is to play knight.
I know he has gone bishop c2.
He has gone bishop.
Straight away. Yes.
Yeah, I think against knight g3, maybe black could play knight h4.
Yeah.
Knight h4.
And then if the queen goes to g4, maybe play f5 and start counter-attacking on the king's side.
Whereas if we've already played bishop c2, you don't have that option.
No, you could still play knight h4 here, I guess.
But you couldn't play f5.
So black could still play knight h4 here, and then off against queen g4, you could still play f5, I guess.
Oh no, I meant if you played a different move and then we went queen g, when we went knight g3, knight h4, queen g4, then you can't go f5.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because you could take it. You mean, yeah.
Yeah.
G3. Yeah, that's true.
But if you go knight h4 here, can we go queen d3?
D3, yeah.
I like lining up this battery of queen and bishop.
And I'm just wondering about the move f5 now.
Still do f5.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because the thing about white doesn't have a knight on f3, so we're not too worried about the e5 square. And
so what about like bishop f4?
Yeah.
Or knight f4 even.
Or knight f4.
Well.
Knight f4, yeah.
Then come on to e6.
Yes.
You weaken that square.
So we have to go maybe a move like queen f6.
Queen f6.
Queen f6.
Maybe,
and then...
Yeah.
Maybe
g3.
Yeah, I like g3.
And knight h5. After knight g6.
Yeah. Or you do... Yeah, I like knight h5. And then we just go like bishop d2, rook a e1 or something.
Yep, that looks a bit better for white, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a long-winded plan, but he got his bishop to c2, and
yeah,
white's probably just a little
Black went queen f6 straight away. I guess he was maybe worried about this knight f4 idea then.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean do we want to trade queens? I don't think so. If we've got more attacking pieces.
Yeah, I mean
queen d3 anyway.
Possibly, yeah.
d3.
And then maybe rook e8 for black.
This a rook?
No, I was thinking about the other one, and then bringing my knight from, because that knight on d7 is not doing anything, so I wanted to go knight f8.
Yeah.
Defend h7.
Oh, that's my other favourite planner. Danny showed me that when he was coaching me. Rook e8, knight f8, and now I do it all the time. Probably shouldn't do it all the time, but...
Whatever the position.
It's because I used to get in trouble when I would play this structure with like the c and the e pawn. So I get my bishop stuck on c8, and then he showed me this plan of going rook e8, knight f8, which I really liked.
Yes, exactly. Especially like, for example, in the Queen's Camp declined.
Yeah. There was basically that sort of thing. Or it was semi-Slav that transposed or something like that. They exchanged later. Yeah.
So the saying is that with a knight on f8, it's never mate.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Never mate, yeah.
So in that line, you can go rook e8, knight f8, and maybe then try and swap your other knight off with knight f4.
Okay, so let's say after rook e8, we go knight g3 anyway, and we continue with our plan of trying to put our knight somewhere.
Okay, then knight f8, I guess. Knight
F8.
df8. Sorry, knight df8. Actually.
Wait.
Ooh, Ocelot. Thank you for the follow. I love Ocelots.
Yeah.
They're so cute.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you for the follow. I love the name. I love seeing people's Twitch names. Excites me.
So what, knight f5?
Knight f5 is probably quite a good move.
Is knight h5 an option even
That's
now?
Also, yeah, knight h5 is also possible. And queen h4.
Queen h, and then I guess queen f5 or queen f3 or queen f5. I like.
Yeah.
Maybe that's too ambitious.
That looks good though. One of those two moves, because you can't be attacked by the black knight. It's slightly annoying for black.
Yeah. Well, you can go knight e7, but then I'll come back to f3 anyway and just say, well, you've now put your knight on a worse square.
You can also go g3 now for white and kick the black queen away.
Yeah.
And we're kind of bossing it then.
Yeah, I definitely like white's position.
This knight h5 is a good move.
So that's saying we're saying queen d3, rook e8, knight g3, knight f8, knight h5. And if you move the queen back to e7, then we can just argue with games that maybe we just play bishop d2 or bishop e3.
Yeah, or even
rook
bishop
e8. Bishop g5?
Even bishop g5 first, f6.
After queen e7?
Yeah.
Why can't we just take it? Am I missing something?
Take what?
Wait, am I missing? I've already got the knight on h5, so if you go bishop g5, you could just take it with the queen.
We've got the queen on f5.
Oh, I'm in a different position to you. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
I was saying after knight h4, if instead of queen h4, if they realize queen f5 is a problem, and they just go back to e7 instead.
Well, Luke's
then I was saying
completely different. He's exchanged queens actually, which I'm surprised.
I don't like that. I really don't like that.
Just given the tournament situation.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
G3. So he's gone quite solid. So let's just see. Let's drop back in on Gawain and Danny.
Yeah.
I think Luke's probably he's probably quite confident he can get quite a reasonable position even at endgame though, because he's got the two bishops.
Okay, so where were we?
We saw e5, and I didn't like e5, and then a3. Yeah, a3 was the last move we saw, I think. So he threw in c4.
Takes. Knight e4.
Knight.
Knight e4.
Oh, but he just loses a pawn or something. I don't know. Penguin, thank you for the follow. Animally names.
Oh, yes.
That's the thing. I decided if I get to 1,000 followers, I'm going to make a YouTube video on animal chess openings. Animal chess openings, kind of.
So it's going to be... What do you think is the best animal chess opening?
The birds, obviously.
Obviously, is that in the top 20, do you think, the birds?
It's the best animal opening.
There's some fun ones, like orangutan and hippo and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it would probably be a series of videos rather than just the one. Then Maria and I were Googling animal openings and trying to see. But also you could argue that, there's a lot of different ones and variations and stuff.
What do you reckon is the most respectable?
A hedgehog, someone says.
Probably, that's why I was hedgehog, yeah.
I didn't know there was a penguin opening until Sean Marsh's quiz at the Classic. Because it was which one wasn't an opening, and there was options. There was orangutan, turkey, penguin, hippopotamus, and something else. I did get the question right.
What is the penguin?
I don't know. Oh no, he did say what it was. Sorry, he did say.
There's the elephant and the rat.
What was it though? What was the penguin? He did say what it was. It's something like. Is it
the elephant gambit? Yeah.
Is it like knight f3 and then rook g1 or something like that?
Oh my gosh.
It's an unusual one anyway.
You know, do you know what the sodium attack is?
Knight a3.
No.
Yeah, there's one knight a3.
Yeah.
Because of Na. Na is sodium. Yeah. Magnus has one game in that.
In a 4NCL game, I played knight a3 on move 1.
You think it should be quite a nasty attack, the sodium attack.
But yeah, there's a Carlson game on the chess.com database where he went one knight a3 and he lost.
And what about NH3? What's that?
No idea.
That's ammonium.
That's ammonium, is it?
Is it? Is that the ammonium attack?
Isn't NH3? No, but isn't NH3 really
well,
ammonium?
NH3 is ammonia, not ammonium is NH4 plus.
Okay.
And ammonia, so ammonia and ammonium, slightly different, but yeah, there's a crab opening. What's the crab? Yeah. So if I get to 1,000 followers, it's going to be a series of YouTube videos on animal openings for a bit of fun. I might have to vaguely dress up as animals. Can I do the Catalan as well?
Yes, you have to.
It's not quite.
That's probably the most respectable animal opening, isn't it? The Catalan.
I want to learn the Catalan solely because of the fact that it's got a cat in the name. NH3 is the Amar opening. Crab is A4 then H4.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
There's which opening is named after an American car?
Oh, I don't know if Ford
is that a Mustang. I mean, there's something called a Mustang, but that's an animal one for me. Because I was going to do that in my
Mustang, wild horse.
Yeah, so Mustang comes under my animal openings officially, but I don't know if that's the one that they mean.
Yeah. Chevrolet. Don't know.
There's some funny openings out there. Yeah, it is Mustang, yeah. Yeah, I only know that because I was thinking of animal openings the other day. And obviously bird, as you said. I have a feeling there might be one called a pheasant. If I recall correctly.
Well, there's two birds, isn't there?
Two birds?
There's the bird's opening and the bird's defence.
True.
Against the Roy Lopez.
Bird's opening's the best.
I think it's quite a close call.
I actually think Pretty sure I have a command for bird in my chat as well. Let's see. Yeah, I have a command for bird. Bird is the word.
Bird is the word.
Yeah.
All right,
The
94.
tango is an opening.
They don't like 94.
Yeah.
Tango, I know. Tango, yeah. Richard Palliser wrote a book on it.
The Two Nights Tango,
Two
or
Nights
the Black
Tango.
Night Tango, yeah.
Well, the orangutan. Which one's? Is that B4? And then that's got a million different names. Yeah. It's also the Sokolsky, or the Polish.
Yes.
Polar bear. I don't know the polar bear.
No, the Polish. Oh, is there an opening called the polar bear?
There is there is the polar bear. Yeah, that's that's a variation of the birds opening.
Oh, is it?
I think in effect it's just the Leningrad Dutch in reverse, the polar bear.
Oh, I think I
might
played
be
that
wrong.
then. Yeah,
I might be wrong, but yeah.
Sure.
Is there a headless chicken opening? I love that. That's the best comment of the day. I love that.
I feel there should be an opening called the chicken opening.
Is that just going to be repeating with knight f3, knight g1, knight f3, knight g1? Chickening out.
Yeah, in which case there are many variations, aren't there, with chicken variations with all these repetition openings. So, shall we have a look to see how
she's gone knight e4.
Gawain got a winning position, more or less.
Yeah. So the computer doesn't like knight e4.
But it's
presumably after d takes e5, presumably we can't recapture then.
Takes, yeah.
Yeah, because knight takes e3 is going to win material, yeah.
So if we take with the knight, knight takes e3, f takes e3. Oh, queen d5, and the knight's pinned to the defense of g2.
Yeah, do you want to put that in, Natasha? So knight takes e5 in this position.
So knight takes.
Knight takes e3. Rook takes e3. Oh no, sorry. Rook takes e3. Takes on d4. So you've got two pawn takes e3 instead.
Oh, yeah, so that's bad.
Yeah.
So you've got to go pawn
takes e3 and then queen d5.
And then we've got
Zoe said.
And then they've got to worry about that square.
Pinning the knight to g2.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lovely bishop on b7, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Perhaps the coq au vin in the French. Headless chicken opening. Coq au vin.
I didn't know the coq au vin opening.
I don't know if that's actually an opening.
Or
if they're just inventing a line within the French. I don't know.
Yes. Okay, so this doesn't look good then. So takes.
So you can't take with the knight. And if you take with the pawn.
And if you take back with the pawn.
Then just knight takes e3.
E3.
Yeah, pawns. And then those pawns are just.
Yeah, that doesn't lose a piece though, but it does look so grim for white though. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just gonna go rook c8 to c2 if you're given a chance.
Sure. And if white ever goes knight c5, you could probably just take both knights off. Knight bishop takes c5 and bishop takes f3, and white's king is just horrible.
Yeah. Yeah. So he didn't recapture in the end. So he goes here. Takes.
But then he's just lost 2 pawns.
He's lost 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Queen d3.
Knight b4. Bishop c5. Oh, is that 3 pawns? Oh, he gets b. No, he gets d4. Yeah, so he's just two pawns down for nothing, which at that level is more than enough to win.
Yeah.
Oh, and a 3rd pawn. Another one bites the dust.
So what are we now? We're 2. Where I'm up to 2.
We're up 2 here, Natasha, and I think he's probably gonna.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm up to move 25. He plays rook takes b2 and he grabs a 3rd pawn.
Yeah. We've just caught you up there.
Yeah.
Beast King, hello, nice to meet you. How are you doing?
Queen e5. Another. We've seen a lot today, haven't we? Of queens and bishops lined up on diagonals like this.
Batteries, yeah.
Excuse me. Queen g4, rook d2.
Rook d2, knight f3. Rook d3. Does he just want to sack the exchange?
Maybe. Or yeah. He's just moving.
He's just moving out of the attack. I mean, basically, I suppose.
But then he can just push his pawns as well if he wants.
B2 will happen next if nothing else.
Yeah.
E5, rook d4, queen g3, rook d8. Rook A, B1, Rook E4, Knight G4 is where we're at.
Oh, threat.
Threat of Knight F6, forking everything.
Yeah.
He's still going for the cheapos.
Could this be the turning point?
I mean, to be fair, Gawain did blunder a fork against a meat.
It's true.
But I think, he's got 5.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
But you could just take on E1 and then go King H7 or something.
Move the queen.
King H.
Yeah.
Or King H8, King H8, King H. Yeah, King H8 or King H7, one of them.
Yeah, sure. Actually, taking on the E1 saves the B3 pawn, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think that he's done that. He's taken on E1.
Yeah.
So now, he could move the queen, but I think just moving the king's simpler. Right? The queen's quite nice where it is.
Yeah, because it stops white queen moving anyway, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then he's just going to push the A and B pawns.
Yeah. So this is
King H8. That's what I expected.
And this is looking really good for Gawain. So let's check in again on Luke.
It all depends on whether Luke wins or not. Yes.
Yeah. So we were up to Queen F6, Knight takes, and we just seen that, and G3. So
and we decided we thought he would have been better keeping the queens on, perhaps because of the tournament situation.
Yeah.
I've just noticed though that he does have a big time advantage.
But to be fair, Amit's been down on time in every single game he's had, and he's still been holding his own in some of them. So.
Sure, he's just a very good blitz player, isn't he? So.
Yeah. Everyone here is strong, so perhaps in the women's one, that low and tie, there'll be blunders all over the place. But there are still a lot of pieces on the board, which obviously brings more opportunities for mistakes. I wouldn't be surprised if Luke does win this. He's obviously going to try every trick in the book.
Yeah, I think black's okay, but there are quite a lot of as you mentioned, Zoe, there's quite a lot of options for white.
Yeah. And
there's no easy way for black to kind of just completely equalize.
I think the thing is, at the moment, he does have a big time advantage, but it's decreasing with each move. So it could be a point where they're both playing on 10-second increment, and it could be all over the place.
Because Luke sometimes gets in time trouble as well, doesn't he?
Well, it was interesting. We were watching his game against Mickey the other day. That was really instructive endgame, where he messed that up in time trouble, but then Mickey didn't have access to table base, so didn't know how to draw it. But I think I'm going to put that position up from that on my Twitter at some point and see if anyone without table base.
Was that the rook and 2 pawns against a rook?
Yeah. So there was a point where there were 3 moves that Mickey could play that would draw according to table base. Because Luke went the wrong way with his king when he brought his king back to the 3rd rank instead of moving it to the 5th rank, which to me, I would have gone to the 5th rank automatically. You don't want to get trapped behind when you can't come forward. Didn't make much sense, but in time trouble, I guess. So apparently Spielman's in a winning position.
Let's see Spielman.
Yeah, let's see. Look at.
Oh, yes, queen up.
Wow, how did that happen? Shall we go back and see?
Always through. Okay.
Yeah.
So against Marcus.
Oh, QGA.
Mm-hmm.
I've been experimenting with this a bit. I quite like this.
Yeah, this is this line where black goes a very quick b5 before c5.
Yeah.
Quite nice. It's quite a nice practical line for black to play because it avoids some of the boring queen exchange lines.
I prepped this line for a game in Europeans, but then my opponent deviated because she wasn't expecting me to play the QGA. So
this a4 move's a really good move because it forces black to go b4, and now the knight's got a nice square on c4.
Knight goes to d2.
Yeah. So we were saying John's openings in the first few games were a bit dodgy, but then the later games he's sorted out his openings. He was playing really passively at first, and now he's actually playing decent stuff. So.
Oh, knight a5.
Yeah, knight a5 is quite a clever move.
Yeah, bishop d5, bishop c4. So yeah, I guess he forces a trade of those light squared bishops. Yeah, and that's black's best piece. So.
Yeah, and also means the c6 square is quite weak now.
Yeah. Knight b3.
I'm not quite sure I think maybe black needs to go a5 a bit earlier to stop knight a5. I don't know.
When instead of...
I don't know. The position's okay for black now again, though, because white's not really... Yeah.
Oh, it's interesting. Yeah, knight b3. It just looks like a game of chess. He should end up 5.5. Is that John?
Yeah, John's got 4.5 out of 8 at the moment.
Yeah, okay.
If he wins this game.
That's interesting because when I was talking to Natasha before the tournament and we were trying to come up with our predictions for who would do it, we were wondering if he might struggle because he doesn't really play as much blitz and rapid as a lot of these other players.
John,
yeah.
The thing is, John, he plays quite a bit of London League chess still, John, and when he plays pretty quickly, basically.
Okay.
That's his attitude. He plays it like a rapid.
Fair enough.
And
we just thought that some of these other players have spent the entire lockdown playing
online.
Whereas perhaps he hasn't. So, but yeah, good for him having a good tournament. I think that's probably the most unexpected. Actually, I think Marcus had some pretty good games as well. We'll have to look through the final standings when it's done. But
he did really well yesterday, didn't he, Marcus? And he's had we've not had such a good day today.
Yeah, he's lost the last couple of rounds. Probably getting really tired out. It's a long tournament. But yeah, this looks like White just activated their position. Yeah, I love. This is really instructive. Like 24 rook c6.
So he managed to get hold of that c6 square eventually anyway.
It's coming in.
That's interesting because it looked like earlier that Marcus had kind of solved that problem. But he's got to that c6 square anyway, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It's like all of black's pawns are blocked there.
You go back to this move a4 earlier on to force b4.
Yeah, all the way back to move 8. Yeah, no, this was a good opening by him and very, very instructive play. We're saying he likes his end games. I think we decided yesterday if you wanted to beat him, you had to take advantage of him playing a passive opening and get something out of that.
Do it in the do it quickly if you want to. Yeah, if you want to beat.
I think that was it. Gawain had a really quick win against him in round 2. I think. Yeah, that was like some blistering attack with the black pieces because John played quite passively. But in round 1, Andy missed chances to win against John. Had an incredible position after the opening, and then just didn't take advantage of that. And then John got to an endgame and won it from there.
Yeah.
But yeah, give him his rooks in the end game, and
he's happy.
Just completely tying it down. Eventually wins material. Yeah, now that A pawn that had made it nicely to A5 earlier on. Move 15, it made it to A5, and that's going to go make a queen.
Knight A2 is a nice move.
Oh, so that's clever,
quite a nice move, yeah.
That's clever because it's allowing black to take on F2, but black can't then come back and stop.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Keck talking.
He did a Bobby Fischer a bit early, didn't he, with bishop takes
He did a Bobby Fischer with the bishop, didn't he? Bishop takes H2. Bishop takes H2. Do you remember? Was it game 1 of the match?
Game 1 against Spassky, yeah. I mean, they were talking about that recently. They're talking about that recently because they were kind of like comparing Bobby Fischer's Bishop takes H2 with Nepo's C5.
John famously beat Gaza in a rook end game once.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently Luke has a serious advantage now. Let's go back because that's.
Gawain has won. So let's see Luke's serious advantage.
Okay, so it's a pawn.
Yes, that's a good advantage. Also, the d5 pawn's weak, isn't it? And the bishop on b6.
I mean, all the pawns are weak for black. The f pawn is weak as well, potentially.
And that bishop on b6 kind of blunted by those pawns.
Their clocks seem to have stopped moving. Oh, there we go. Got clocks moving again. I guess when they get quite low on time, there's errors with the clocks trying to catch up on the thing. But yeah, I think this should be enough of an advantage for someone of Luke's caliber, even on increment.
Mm.
I guess he's just going to get his king up.
Yeah, king f2, yes.
It's exciting how many decisive games a tournament like this has. I think it's really nice commentating on Rapid because the moves happen quite quickly. It's a great tournament for spectators, I think.
Yeah. Especially like knowing all the characters as well, and
yeah, it's like high level chess, but it's
going to win
fast.
Yeah.
But then still mistakes, and then lots of decisive results and stuff, and all play all. Yeah, I think it's really, really good for spectators. It was so lovely organized as well. The women's one was great fun. So yeah, massive shout out to Chess and Scores and Communities led by Malcolm for putting this on. Yeah, John, Malcolm popped in to say hi earlier.
Oh, did he? Yes.
He said he'd be back, but never made it back.
I guess he's there though.
Yeah.
He's at the venue, yes. Yeah.
So is there any chance for Amit here?
I mean, the fact that they're just playing on increment is as good a chance as any.
Yeah. Just trying to how has he solved that problem, that pawn on d5? That's a bit of an issue.
If he can trade the rooks off, it would be opposite colour bishops.
Yes.
But then I guess his pawns are all on light squares where...
That's the problem, yeah.
Because, yeah, if you do trade the rooks off, that d pawn just drops straight away, and then... I mean... Even if it is opposite colour bishops, it's 2 pawns.
Rook c1 was a good move.
Oh, rook c1. So now
letting black take on letting black take on f5, but he wanted to go rook c5, but...
Oh, and if you take on h6, and then you have a passed pawn.
Yeah, and also...
And then rook a6 is coming as well.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, okay, he's fighting. So if h4, I guess you can take it.
h4, yeah. So then what? King h5?
Could you just play bishop c2 even?
Yes. Yeah. And it's obviously White's doing really well now. But it's just a case of what's the best way.
Yeah, he did choose rook a6. Which is another move I was looking at. Yeah, he just doesn't care about that.
Black's main problem is that horrible bishop on Black's dark square bishop is just blunted, isn't it? Can't really get into the game properly.
Because you're threatening to take on d5 now.
Yeah.
And then the e pawn and d pawn come rolling.
And there's lots of... Yeah.
So take on...
Or even a5 first, because b5 is weak.
You're still going to win one more.
We're going to have every game's going to be decisive this time. Oh, Andy Horton beat Rafi. Andy's had a massive comeback today then. Absolutely incredible comeback.
He has.
Because he beat Luke. He did lose to Mickey though, and then he drew with Danny, and then he's just beaten Ravi. Yeah. So a nice situation where no one got 0. So do we reckon the playoff is going to be live as well?
Yes. I don't know when it will be though. Whether it's straight away. We maybe should take a little break.
Yeah, and get my mac and cheese. Ravi was miles ahead. What happened? Well, should we assume that Luke's going to win this and go just see how Andy beat Ravi?
Yes. Okay. Where did we see it up to?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure we looked at this one yet.
Okay.
No. Let's start from the top.
Okay.
Oh, so another 2 knights, but this time with a6 and bishop a7, like I was talking about. Oh, this is the order I play, an a6 and bishop a7, d6.
Okay, yeah.
No, but then, yeah. So when he went knight,
wow, yeah, I like this h5, this g5 idea is quite interesting. Quite double-edged, just attacking on the king's side.
I quite like that.
It's like it's meant to be more effective if White's played h3 early on.
Yeah,
even without h3, it's still quite interesting.
And then white tries to go for stuff on the queen side.
F7
or
as
an
well.
F7, yeah.
Ooh, knight F5.
Yeah, I like this knight on F. We've seen lots of knights coming to F5
We've
during
seen
this
a lot.
tournament, I think.
Yeah.
Makes me very happy. It's the right square for your knights.
Yeah.
Bishop.
B6.
Wow.
Yeah, he just completely ignores it.
Crazy game, isn't it?
So instead of B6, should we? What? Yeah. Why don't you take on G3? So after G3, H takes G3, H takes G3, Knight takes G3. Is there any tactical sacrifices? Rook G3 and then taking on C3 or something?
Maybe just take on C3.
Or just take on C3 instead.
Yeah, but then maybe B6 is a better version.
Yeah, then you go B6, shut that off. Yeah, I like that.
And then bishop A3.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, so you could take on G3 and then take on C3. And then B6. C takes, and then you don't have time for bishop A3 because of the check. So you have to go bishop E3 instead, or king.
Why not bishop A3 after CB6?
So here.
Because of B5.
Yeah, and then we move our king somewhere, king F1.
And then we take on G3 because.
Oh, and rook E7 check.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah.
We don't have to defend the B6 square anymore. Yeah, we just go king D8.
So that's quite funny, isn't it? So if what about if king H? That's quite funny. So if king H7, maybe you can castle queenside, yeah. If king H2 here, sorry.
Wait, instead of
if
king F1,
yeah, so king H2, just castle queenside.
So D5.
Well, the bar says mate in 4.
Yeah.
So knight G4. Knight G4, knight F2, queen H6.
Okay, yeah, fair enough, yeah.
King. Yeah. So yeah, you can just take on G3, but yeah, okay, you have to calculate quite a lot.
Yeah.
Well, what's the bar saying after taking on G3 after rook takes G3?
So takes.
Knight
takes, and then rook takes here.
Yeah.
+1.
Okay, is that white going bishop E3 then? I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Bishop.
Yeah. Instead of bishop A3.
Yeah.
Or instead of B6 rather. Sorry, instead of B6.
No, it still wants you to go B6 and take C takes B6 and then go bishop A3. E3.
So what does it want white to do here? Does it want to go FG3 first or B6?
So you take the rook.
Yeah.
And then take on C3.
Yeah, this is looking. The bar says good for black now. Yeah.
And then B6.
Oh, B6, and then
C takes B6, and then bishop E3.
Oh, okay, understood. Yeah. Yep, looks solid.
All right, so B6.
Yeah, so he went B6 straight away, which allows taking on F2.
Hi, Minkwitz.
Yeah, Luke won, yeah. Luke has won, so we will definitely have a playoff between Luke and Gawain, which will be extremely exciting. Because they just agreed a really quick draw in their game, so we didn't even get a chance to see them fight it out.
Obviously, they knew, didn't they? They knew they were going to have to battle again in a proper game.
Yeah.
This has gone, suddenly white's clear. Actually, what's going on there? Because this has just gone back and forth, because white's clearly better again, according to the bar.
Apparently, knight E4 is a big mistake.
Ah. Yeah, because now basically black's king's in trouble, and...
Do we just castle queenside?
Looks like white's king's in trouble too.
Yeah, but the position Natasha and I are looking at, black's rook is on A8, and the bishop's on bishop on B8 out of the game.
So we're just on 29, knight takes F5.
I'm on 25, which is when the bar changed.
Yeah.
Okay. So 25 after king G1, the bar's saying -3.
Yes.
So I was wondering whether we can castle queenside, and then if they take on E7, we just double up on the G file or something.
Yeah, why not?
And that.
It's a crazily complicated position, isn't it?
Really exciting chess, though. This is what we like to see.
Yeah, so take on E7, rook DG8, rook A2 or something. Wow.
Oh no, you play rook takes G2 check.
G2, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
king takes, and then there's either rook G8 or H3.
Okay, yeah. Queen F3.
Queen F3.
Yeah, and if knight G, I guess if knight G3 last move, then probably you would just take on the pawn.
Yeah, this is really nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, he could have castled, perhaps.
Yeah. Okay. And
but I mean, you have to. I mean, to be fair, White could just play rook E2 or rook A2 and just prophylactically defend against that. But then I guess you have time to then play knight C6.
Yes, you do.
And bishop B8,
yeah.
rook G8, and you still got a lot of play.
Yeah.
Okay.
So knight E4 was a mistake. So yeah, suddenly White's back in it.
ABC.
Okay, so then Black can get a perpetual here if they want. On move 27, he could play rook takes G2 check. And Queen F3.
Okay.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently, well, yeah, the computer thinks that's completely drawn. But then there's not Queen G. Okay, then we castle Queen side, and then you're threatening rook G1, rook G8.
So after King takes G2 here, what does Black play? Is Black castling?
So you go Queen F3.
Okay.
King G1, and then castle long.
Okay.
And then the eval bar says it's completely dead drawn. Which presumably we're going to go rook G8, knight G3, rook takes G3, and then do a perpetual with the queens.
Yes, so what you're saying is that if White's obviously got a spare move here, like Queen F7.
If Queen F7,
but then maybe Black can actually
take on C7.
You take on B6. Take on B6, so that then you're threatening other ways of making.
Okay, so let's take on A7 then. Actually,
take on A7, threatening to queen.
So if you take on A7, then I think it's just rook G8, and we get the perpetual.
Okay, Black's forced to take the perpetual here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's very complicated stuff again.
Mm.
But okay, he either didn't see that or didn't want a draw. And he went E3 instead. And then the bar goes, White's winning.
This is a crazy game.
That threatens mate in 2, doesn't it? But rook A2 prevented it.
Yeah, rook A2 preventing mate. That makes sense. Bishop B8. Sure. Takes on D4. Okay. Knight F5. Rook
E2.
Oh, it wants Queen D5. Do you just activate the queen and defend G2 at the same time as after knight takes F5?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you just activate the queen.
Discouraging Bishop D6 as well.
Whilst creating threats, yeah. Stop Bishop D6 ideas. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know how much time he had at that point, but I mean, rook E2 is not exactly bad. You're trying to open up against Black's king. Bishop D6, Queen D6, knight E3. Yeah, this looks like White's winning now.
Yeah, White's still doing White's still doing really well.
So what did he miss? Oh, just rook D1.
C4. Oh.
Yeah. So after Queen takes D4. Which move are you guys on?
We're on position after.
33.
After Queen takes D4, what move should White play? Or King
instead of King H1, you can just go Rook D1, because if Queen C5, there's Rook D5.
So just Rook D1 there, yeah.
And then so you're going to force yourself out of the pin, and then you're going to be able to take on F5, and that's just completely winning.
Check, actually, yeah. So rook
And
d5. And if queen c1, we're playing knight d1 check, are we? Maybe.
Yeah, knight
Knight f1, yeah, whatever, yeah. Knight f1.
Either one, knight f1, knight d1.
And then if knight e7, we're just gonna do what we want to do. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was unfortunate. He missed a win there. King h1.
And after king h1, it's black's back in the game.
But why didn't he play rook takes e3?
After knight takes e3 check. Yeah, go to
Yeah,
that.
that's
Go
what I was
to that
wondering.
position after that. So you can go rook takes e3 here, check, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
then
don't understand why he
king
wouldn't.
f8, I guess, yeah?
King f8.
Yeah. And then just h3 blocking up everything. And then it's all...
Yeah, sure. And
Or rook e4 is probably asking for too much. Yeah, just h3, right? We create an escape square for our king. And we block off stopping any h3 ideas for
I guess,
black.
queen e3, queen a3 white's looking for more, yeah? Stopping the king getting to safety
Yeah.
of f8.
Okay, so queen a3 here.
And we can't just castle and stick our king on a8 instead?
Okay, just a silly question. Has black moved his king yet?
We think no.
No, okay, so you could castle queenside, yeah?
We think no.
Yeah, so you can put your king on
I'll tell
safety
you what,
that
I'll
way.
just try it. Yeah, we can castle.
You can castle, yeah.
And then if you bring something to the c-file check, you just go king b8.
So I guess was White going to go rook e3 here? Was maybe Ravi was thinking maybe the king's actually weaker on c8 than on f8 perhaps?
But I mean, it looks. I'm not sure how you're actually checkmating us. I mean, I think black's just a pawn up.
Yeah, sure. It's a long-term weakness, I guess. The fact is there's cheapo chances because of back rankers, even if the king goes to b8.
Yeah, but you could always just play queen takes b6 after
That's
rook
what I'm
takes
wondering,
c3.
yeah. Is that actually, if queen takes b6 is possible, then that just looks... Oh, queen takes b6, queen c3 check, and g7 hangs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you can then take on e3 because of the back rank.
Ah.
So you just play king b8, and if you take on g7, we take on e3?
Yeah. So is queen b6 actually possible? So we're looking at rook e3, aren't we? Put that in, Natasha.
Rook e3.
No, sorry, after castle's king side.
Yeah, so castle's queenside,
sorry.
Queenside, rook e3, queen b6.
Queen b6.
Hi, Kenworthy. 39. Not Gary.
Just going to be referring to him as not Gary now.
I'm going to, It's a queen c3 check.
Queen c3, king b8. And then, yeah, that's right. So Zoe's queen e3 seems to work against queen g7.
Puzzle rush tactics.
So queen here, queen here.
Yeah. And now black's got a winning advantage.
Ooh. Yeah.
And is it just... It's 2 pawns, right? Yeah. 2 pawns and the safer king.
So it seems like castling queenside looked quite good. And king d7, what's that like?
So king d7.
Well, now the eval bar's shot up.
Yeah.
So what? Just take the knight.
Okay, so we take on e3.
Yeah, and then king c6.
I mean, you're threatening. Yeah, you're threatening rook d3. So king c6. So can we go rook c1 or rook c3?
Yeah.
You'd have thought so.
Would have thought so.
I'm not sure which is better.
King b6 is forced, isn't it?
It says mate in 10 for white.
Oh.
Ah.
I think that's... Okay, so rook c3, and if you take on b6, rook b1, king a7...
Oh, wait a minute.
Queen takes a6.
What about this? Rook b3 is... Oh, it doesn't matter. Rook b3?
Yeah. King here.
King, and then queen a6?
Yeah, I had the same thing, but the rook's the other way around.
There. King take.
Oh, that's... Oh, king take. Oh,
wait, you need the rooks the other way around. So it had to be rook c3 instead of rook c1.
Okay, rook c3. Sorry, then go back.
Okay, so we were here. The rook's
so going,
B3.
Yeah.
Oh, then rook B1. That's lovely, isn't it?
And then queen A6 works.
A6, yeah.
Because
Very
you're
good.
gonna, because the problem is the queen covers A1, so it does have to be this way around. And and if you move the other way instead of taking on B6, you just lose the queen.
Yeah, checkmate.
But I mean, even if he didn't calculate this checkmate, like from that point, surely it makes sense to give a check on the C file.
Yeah.
I've not seen that tactic before. That precise tactic.
Maybe chess.com can add it to their puzzle rush.
Yes.
Check the clocks at this stage. I don't actually know how to check the clocks because it's not syncing up the times for me.
That's because
I don't know if I need to change something. Times. I've got timestamps on. I don't know.
I would. Yeah, I mean.
I think it is right just by clicking on the moves.
Yeah, but it's not showing on mine for some reason.
On ours, Natasha, they both had 15.
13 and 15.
But does that change as we go along?
It does. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, it's changing. Okay, King C6. Oh, he had 15. Okay, 15 seconds. Fair enough. But Queen B3 still likes decent. Rook G5.
So Black's king managed to get to safety anyway in the end.
And then taking on. Maybe he just didn't realize how strong an attack he had. And was just trying to grab pawns instead.
I think Ravi.
Didn't it?
I'm pretty sure Ravi realised he had probably a winning attack, but simply couldn't quite find.
Couldn't work the moves out.
Yeah. I mean,
hang on. Again, though, after 38, Queen D5, why not put a rook on the B file check? Rook B1 check, see?
Yeah, King A7. And then.
Yeah, but then you can take rook B7 and rook E7, right?
Yep.
You win a queen.
For 2 rooks. Yeah, it keeps the game. That's quite.
Oh, you go Queen F2 first, and then you take it like that. Okay, so that you got, and then you'll grab the other rook.
Queen
F2, see, that's clever. Yeah, King B8, and then.
And then there's Queen B6, mate. Yeah, so you go Queen F2, King B8, Rook E8, because then if Queen C8, you go Queen B6. And if King C7...
Queen C5, is it?
Rook E7... Oh, I don't know. Maybe
Queen C5 in that position?
The rook takes it, no?
Oh, sorry, yeah. My mistake, yeah.
Rook E7... I mean, the eval bar likes it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Rook E7, King back to E8, then Queen F4, you fork the Queen and Rook. Then after King A7, you take, and then it's Queen for Rook rather than Queen for 2 rooks. Oh. But okay, that is difficult to see. So I can understand why he didn't choose that, but...
That was an amazing game.
Isn't it? Absolutely amazing game.
And then Rook E7, and now Black defends. So, okay, so now it thinks it's dead drawn, which implies perpetual.
Where are you?
I've just played with 40, King A7.
Yeah.
Well, they have set up a live board for round 10 for Luke and Gawain.
I'm
presuming it's starting at like 6 or something, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, I think I should probably take a break. Are you carrying on, Zoe, or...
I'm not sure. On the one hand, I think it would be great to finish this, but...
Yeah.
Maybe we stop the stream completely and then come back, work out what's happening with the playoff, and come back and start a new stream just for the playoff.
Right. Oh, it's
rather than people waiting. Is it already started?
Yeah. It's just started.
Oh, it's already. Oh, it's a 5-minute one rather than.
Oh, 5 minutes, fine. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, maybe we just sit around and if it goes to a blitz one, then I might. But yeah, okay, if this is a 2-game playoff, I might put the oven on though, and I leave you discussing this while I turn the oven on.
Yes.
For my
okay, Sicilian then. So.
Yeah, so Bishop C4 Sicilian.
So this is another new move, another different move. Sorry, from Luke. He's done several different Sicilians.
Oh, has he? Yeah. Has he been?
The last one was a bishop b5 check.
Okay, so he's avoided the open Sicilian generally, has he, and played anti-Sicilian.
Yeah.
I do remember him playing this when he was much younger. This bishop c4.
I can hear Zoe's oven.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So rook e1. So what's he gonna? Luke's gonna just bring his knight round to.
I think he's just gonna go h3, stop bishop g4, and then go for d4 or knight d2. Bit like he's playing it a bit like a Roy Lopez, basically. And Gawain has to decide whether he actually plays e5, for example, which he has done.
Is she cooking for us all?
All of us.
You wish. No, I've just got myself a mac and cheese that I'm going to shove in the oven. So I put the oven on. It'll take a few minutes to heat up, and then I'll shove it in the oven after this game. Do you think they'll play the next one straight away? Like set it up, switch sides and play straight away, or will they have a break?
Seems like they're getting on with it. I think they might do it straight away.
I mean, to be fair, it's quite late. They probably want to just get home. Okay, what do you think of the choice of opening from each player here?
It just looks. Looks just like a normal position. I don't think either side will be dissatisfied with the opening. Like I say, it just looks like it resembles some sort of Roy Lopez now, doesn't it?
Yeah, no brownies tonight, I'm afraid. I'm going to have to start bringing these brownies to chess tournaments, aren't I? Before every tournament, make a batch of brownies.
You certainly are, Zoe. You certainly are.
So basically, it looks like the tiebreak's going to be. Are there increments here? Are they playing 5?
Oh, let's see.
Maybe we'll see on Gawain.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just 5 minutes.
Oh wow, that could be crazy for the arbiters if they get to.
But I thought they were going to be doing.
I thought it was 3+2.
Rapid. I thought it was rapid and then 3+2.
Well, maybe they just thought.
Or
maybe the players both agreed faster is better.
And yeah, it's interesting that if they reach Armageddon, it's a 6 versus 5 Armageddon rather than a 5 versus 4.
Yeah.
I had an interesting conversation with. Do you know Kenneth Hobson at all?
Yes, I know.
So I coached him for the last 3 years. But he's too good for me to coach now, so.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, he's got very strong. But he did really well in this European junior rapid thing. And his mum messaged me and was like, he has to do an Armageddon. Did I have advice on which colour to choose? I was like, I've never actually been in an Armageddon. But I was like, as far as I know. What I said was, I think most top players would choose black.
Yes.
But take into account the results of the games that he's just played and the openings that he got. And apparently he had won as white and lost as black. And then he chose white, and then he managed to win as white with 3 seconds after on the clock.
Oh gosh.
So he won the Armageddon.
Very good.
It's very exciting, yeah.
You say that most top players choose black.
As far as everything that I've seen, top players tend to choose black.
I think also if you think about it though, the top players draws are far more likely.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I think.
So maybe at Kenneth's level, then the results are going to be more decisive.
Yeah.
So choosing white makes more sense because I think a draw is less likely a result, basically in general.
Yeah, exactly.
So Gawain's played some sort of Marshall type gambit, hasn't he? Just let his e-pawn go.
I like that.
Definitely got some compensation though.
He plays very nice attacking chess, which I like a lot.
You're a Marshall player, aren't you?
Yeah, I've taken up the Marshall recently. It's funny because, so back when Adam used to coach me, he suggested I take up the Marshall. And he lent me this DVD on it, and I watched it the whole way through, and I was like, I hate this, I don't want to do it, because I was really materialistic. I was like, I don't want to be a pawn down. And then, a year ago I started looking through it, and then I was like, I absolutely love this now, and now I've just taken up the marsh and I love it. Had some good results with it. So
So how does it go? Does white take on h6 ever?
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah.
Maybe 5 plus 3. Have they got a 3-second increment?
I think I did check on one of the moves. Actually, it seemed like either at least 2.
Okay.
It's at least 2 seconds, but it might be 3.
All right, I'm gonna watch his clock.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the clock now.
Yeah. I did that on one of Luke's moves, but it took about 40 seconds for him to move. So just
and then you look away at just
rather than looking at the board.
Yeah.
Oh no, I did that. I did that. I just looked away.
I think it is.
I mean, 5 plus 3 is a fairly normal time limit, isn't it?
Oh, but I don't think they're syncing up properly either, because the live board. I think it is 3 though. I think it looks like it's probably 3.
I wonder actually. Someone put in the time limit, and maybe rapid play. Maybe 5 plus 3 is actually rapid play, isn't it?
Oh.
Not blitz.
Yeah. What is the difference between blitz and rapid?
I think isn't blitz 5 and under.
Is it? Yeah. Okay, so this would make this rapid.
So 5 plus 1 even would be rapid.
I guess so. Yeah.
5 plus 3 is blitz. That's Getos attack. And
Gawain is reigning blitz. Yeah. This looks like a martial pawn up for white and bishop pair and comp for black. Yeah, that's what Gusti always says. Pawn down with bishop pair and an attack. That's what we like. 10 and less is blitz. Oh, rapid's over 10. Oh, okay. So what, 5 plus 5 would still be blitz then as well? Because you assume a 60 move game? You would get 3 more minutes. Yeah, so that would only be 8.
I guess there's different definitions depending on, for example, the websites or.
Yeah, so 7 plus 5 would be rapid.
That feels rapid, doesn't it? Yeah.
5 plus 6 is rapid as well.
Luke's played this quite well.
Yeah, he's a bit behind on the clock. Oh, are these clocks times right? He now looks way behind on the clock.
I'm not sure whether it's caught up, because he was spending quite a lot of time on certain positions.
But his position does look nice.
Yeah, he's managed to blunt that bishop on b7, and I don't quite see where if Black's got quite enough. But of course, in a practical game, he's definitely going to have still good compensation. Take the queen.
Be interesting if one of them wins, though. Then it would make the next game even more exciting. So can we go knight e3 followed by rook d1?
That's what we want to do, isn't it?
Well, apparently he wants rook e1 instead.
I didn't see a problem with knight d3, but maybe queen d2. Queen d2 was his.
Yeah.
So he wants to do knight e3 so that queen d2 is no longer attacking.
Wait, can't you? If queen d2, why can't you go rook d1 anyway? Because if you take the queen and maybe it's not enough.
King h7 basically.
Yeah, for some reason I thought that you wouldn't have to. You're an arbiter. So Nick's an arbiter about the so he should know blitz and rapidity stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so then queen. Okay, I can understand being worried about queen d2, queen e6, a3. I guess they're just going to make moves and see what happens.
Yeah, but obviously White's got a plan. I mean, if White can play knight e3 and rook d1, then that's looking good for White.
Yeah. Knight e3 he's managed.
So I think thinking ahead to the game where Gawain's white, I suspect Gawain will go for e4. What do you reckon we'll see by Luke?
If he wins, then probably e5. If he wins this game.
And if he draws c5? Or?
No, actually, sorry. Yeah. If Luke will play e5 if he wins and e5 if he draws, I'd have thought.
But then if he loses, he might.
He loses with White here, which is not likely, but he might do, of course. I'm not sure what Luke plays apart from e4, e5.
I'm excited if it's an E4, E5 because that's what I play. Might actually know something about the opening.
G4.
Oh, favorite move.
Yeah.
Pawns are going.
HG.
Yeah, there must be some kind of increment because otherwise they wouldn't be playing this slowly.
Yeah. I think maybe can Black try and get B5, B4, and he needs to sort of open up his bishops, doesn't he? They're both at the moment. They're just both hitting brick walls.
But then also, how does White actually continue?
Maybe King G2, Rook H1.
Rook H1.
No, going for the H file.
Or maybe just Rook H1, Bishop H6.
Yeah, I like this. I like King G2.
Yeah.
Chess.com seems to be alright. Says clocks are roughly level on the 24 feed.
Okay.
That's strange because they should both sync up to exactly. I mean, to be fair, it now thinks that. Oh, I think the clocks have sorted themselves. Yeah, no, it's now saying clocks are level. Yeah. I think there were some issues with the live boards last week that they were wrong on all of the chess sites, which suggested it was the boards or the software uploading it rather than the site.
So he's finally offering an exchange of rooks.
Oh, that's my oven beeping, telling me it's ready to put my mac and cheese in. Yeah, after they finish this game, I'm going to put my mac and cheese in so that hopefully they finish in time for me to eat it. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if each player won as White, but it'd be quite exciting.
C4, that's quite nice.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
that's quite interesting. Yes, see. Wow. Can he
So because he obviously can't take on
Bishop
C4.
H6, that's clever. He's getting compensation now. Because can maybe Black even go F5 here to really open it up?
Oh, he's coming for the arc.
I'm gonna go Queen.
Oh no, Black's.
Maybe.
What, King G7, Queen H8, and we would have seen. Maybe the Queen's coming to H6 instead.
Can he still go? Can he go F5 now? Oh, he hasn't done it.
Oh, he's going for the B pawn as well. He's going for both sides of the board.
His pieces have suddenly become active.
That's a good move, though. Knight.
Yeah, I'm not sure I trust the eval bar at this point. It keeps just changing its mind every 5 seconds. But I do like the fact that Gawain has the bishop pair. And bishop pair working together can be quite good. But also knights can be quite tricky in blitz, I guess.
Yeah, Gawain's done really well to get this position from what he had.
Yeah.
Earlier on, it looked like Luke was in complete control, but obviously time is an issue, isn't it?
I would like this for Black now, I think. It would be easier to play for Black.
Yeah.
Though if one of the pairs of bishops is traded off, I think I'd take White.
He's running to the queen side with his king, isn't he?
That's probably a good idea, huh?
It is definitely safe on the queen side. Still got to watch out for Queen C2 mate or something, haven't you?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, and now Gawain just lines his bishops up against the queen side instead. Yeah, I like how Luke's trying to trade off the bishops, and as I said, I think, I'm surprised that he allowed that.
Yeah, but what's going on
here? Queen H1, is Queen H1 going to cause massive problems?
Yeah. Oh dear.
Oh my god, it's Black won.
Yeah.
Wow, that's... Right, I'm going to put my mac and cheese in the oven while we wait for them to set up the next one. Okay. That's exciting.
That is exciting. So now Gawain gets the white pieces and I think only needs a draw to win.
So that's that. Yeah, he did really well to get some counterplay there, Natasha, didn't he?
Yeah.
That C4 move was good.
C4 was very good. So here we are. It was here, and
yeah, because
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, white didn't have to take on D3.
Maybe should not have taken, because you could.
Yeah, but bishop h6 is Black's getting some counterplay now. Bishop h6. I was thinking about playing king f2 to e2, but I don't think you get it in time.
Yeah,
maybe
king
bishop
f2.
h6 perhaps.
Bishop h6.
I mean,
yeah, the computer's still liking white, but
yeah, can
what's
white move?
actually the move?
Can white go knight? Can white go knight d5 here? Is that possible?
Knight d5. Okay.
Yeah, the idea of bishop d5. I want to go rook takes d3.
What are we thinking?
Queen takes d3, and we with the pin we win up.
We pinned.
Yeah, material back.
Oh, that'll be right. Yeah. We were looking again at c4, and whether white had to take the rook.
On move 32, Zoe. Yeah.
Move 32, c4. Yeah, because the eval bar changed from better to white to just dead equal a little bit. Which brand mac and cheese or homemade? It is Tesco Finest mac and cheese. I normally get the 60 pence frozen mac and cheese from Tesco, but they didn't have any in the store I was at, so I had to get a Finest one instead. But I got a Tesco delivery coming tonight, and it's bringing my 60 pence mac and cheese.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's 60 pence for a frozen mac and cheese, and then you just shove it in the microwave. And then with some salad.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I've got a Finest one today because.
Okay.
Yeah, so is this just a massive blunder with? So that's actually really quite clever by.
c4 is a good move.
Gawain.
Yeah.
Well, no, I was saying by Gawain at the end, even after bishop f6, bishop d4. I think going bishop g5 quite clever because I think Luke probably just wanted to repeat, but then there's this really nice tactic.
Yeah.
And we were talking about queen c2 being a checkmate. We didn't even consider the fact that the king might get stuck.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good idea from Luke to move over the queen side with this king, but it was still never quite safe, was it?
I think he needed to have got to b1 and have a2 available or push. But yeah, it's difficult. I mean, what would he do instead then?
In this position, probably he could. I think it's Black. Maybe he can go b.
Yeah, b3. I think b3 as well, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe before.
Yeah. And Black can't play queen f3 because queen takes g5.
There is queen h6 though.
Sure, that's obviously what he didn't like the idea. He's in a bit of a bind, isn't he? Basically.
Yeah.
Okay, so you go king back to d1 so that if queen h6 you can move, and you just say, okay, I'm going to have to put my pieces back on. Luke must win with black, so curious what he will play. Maybe 1 g6. I mean, I think Gawain would be quite happy if Luke plays 1 g6. When you were a student, you also ate stuff like that. I mean, cheap mac and cheese that you shove in the microwave, right? Well, where can you go wrong with that? I do like to cook when I have time. I make good fajitas and stuff. I just don't normally have time nowadays. But yeah, no, maybe king d1 instead, so that if queen h6, you play knight c4.
King d1 in which position?
Sorry. Instead of bishop e3 right at the end.
Oh, king d1. That's a calm move, isn't it?
But obviously he didn't realize the threat of.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, it's just a touch.
Because
it's not an easy position to play when you've got little time. It's possible that the king should have stayed on d1 a few moves ago rather than go to c1 then, I guess. But it's just uncomfortable for white. Yeah, it's just not very nice.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Do you reckon that are they taking a break then, or it's just setting up ready for?
No.
Setting their bits up again.
Yeah.
I guess it does take a few minutes to set up all of the live board stuff ready. Should we flick through while we're waiting? Look at the standings on chess results to see how everyone fared.
Let's
now, I'm
see.
feeling this is going.
And share. chess results.
I think this will mess up my cameras though.
Has that messed your cameras?
Yeah, but it's fine. I can fix it.
Okay.
I can fix that.
They don't actually have the results of round 9 yet, actually.
I'm looking at a cross table that's got
Let me
everything.
refresh. There we are. There you are.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So let's do here. So Luke and Gawain equal first on 7 points. And then John Spielman and Mickey Adams on 5.5. Amit on 5. Marcus, then Lawrence, and three-way on 8 equal 8th. Andrew Wharton, Danny Gomali, and Ravi Haria.
It's quite nice that no one came out right last.
Yeah.
I like that.
Actually, 2.5 is a very respectable score.
It's also interesting if you look at Ravi's results that he actually did better against the people like sort of towards the top and middle, and did worse against the people at the bottom of the table.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because Lawrence Trent had a really good start as well. He was on was he not on 2.5 or?
He was.
He was on 1.5 out of 2. I know that. Maybe he plays the weaker players at first.
Yeah, his is more with seedings, isn't it? Yeah.
So is Marcus.
John did fabulously well, didn't he? As we said, yeah.
Yeah, that's really, really excellent results actually by John there. And then it's like you just look at his draws against Danny and Ravi were earlier in the tournament where he wasn't perhaps in his stride as much. Maybe if there'd been wins and so he could have been up there. But yeah, I mean, to get 7 out of 9, both Luke and Gawain, is very impressive. It's a shame about that because I have a feeling both of them could quite easily have been on 8 out of 9 if they hadn't.
Yeah.
There were a lot of decisive games then, actually, weren't there?
A lot.
Yeah, we were saying that, especially yesterday. We had some more draws today. But yesterday there were absolutely loads of decisive games. But yeah, it's an interesting tournament, and I hope they run this sort of thing.
Should we look at the Blitz tournaments that were this weekend? Let's look at Blitz 4.
It was Blitz 4. 4 is my lucky number.
Or which I think was.
Is that today or?
I think yesterday.
Can you see that? Okay.
Oh no, maybe today. Was it Blitz 3? Should we check? Well, let's check. So yeah, Blitz 4. Let's see Blitz 4 first.
Blitz 4's finished.
Yes. So David Hayden won. Edmund Andal and Harry Grieve. And I know that Peter Lalich won at least one of them last week.
I got a feeling this is yesterday actually.
This is yesterday.
Yeah, I mean last time it was on Saturday night.
So did they play maybe if Blitz 3 on Friday and Blitz 4 on Saturday?
Let's see. Okay, let's see Blitz 3 as well.
Yeah, I could
I think this, maybe. Or maybe this was last week. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Peter Lalich won Blitz 3. Blitz 3 last update 5th of December.
Yeah, so I think.
Yeah, so I think that one was last week.
Yes, I think they played. I think what happened is they played Friday, Saturday, and Sunday last week.
Yes. So Peter won on Sunday, and there's Graham.
Oh, there's a Blitz. But that's Blitz 2.
Blitz
so
2.
Harry Grieve playing them all. Peter Lalich playing them all.
And Iron came 3rd, so that was a good one for him.
Isn't he one of them that was doing really well in the British Online?
Well, he's I think is he the British under-18 champion? I think
British under-16 overall.
Under-16, but first in the under-18s as well, wasn't he? Or
yes, because they
combined
they merged the tournaments. That's right.
Yeah.
But also online.
Oh, it's nice to see Mary playing.
Where's Mary?
She played in the first one.
Okay.
She got 7.5 out of 14. She lost a load of rating points there. See how.
And Trisha.
Her results were. Trisha. Yeah. Trisha and Taryn are really nice. I met them at Europeans.
Nice.
They seem really, really lovely.
And so Peter Robeson won the first one.
And that was out of 14 games, the first one, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe they changed it because it was getting quite late.
Probably, yes.
Yeah.
Because they actually had quite late starts, wasn't it? It was about 7 o'clock.
Julia Volovich played in Blitz 4. She's definitely one to watch as well because she played the English Rapid last week. She beat me. I mean, as I said, it wasn't the best of games I've ever played. I basically just handed it to her on a plate. But her opening prep was insane. She was getting really, really good positions in all the games.
Don't you help prep her, John?
Yes, she's our coach, Julia, and so she had pretty good tournament.
Okay, I didn't realize you coached her, but her.
Oh, they're off.
Her opening prep.
Southern Chris.
Oh, okay.
Let me just
Yeah, no, I was really, really impressed by her openings. It was a shame that she wasn't converting all these positions. That I can't see that.
Off, or are they?
Off, by the way. I can't see a game.
Let me refresh this.
I can just see round 10, one game. Yeah, I don't see anything. I can just see.
How old is Chris? Right, if I go back to there.
Audrey didn't test Julia's prep. They agreed to. Yeah, Audrey and Julia had a pre-arranged draw as well. Round 11 it's showing now, yeah.
I'm just going to very, very quickly whiz through the first move. So
Pseudo Panov! Pseudo Panov, I love it. Yes. And obviously, John, you said you like this line as well.
Yeah, and Lucas played a line that's definitely going for a win line. He's basically played the Fianchetto line. It hasn't got a good reputation because White can play D3. White, this is one of the advantages of playing the pseudo Panov that your pawns can go to D3 to protect that bishop on C4.
Yeah. That's the mistake I've made when I've played this before. I've gone for D4 instead, and I've learned from my mistake that D3 is the move to play.
But having said all this is still quite a good choice by Luke because it's one of those positions where you keep quite a lot of tension in the position, even if you're slightly worse.
Yeah.
And obviously, he's got to try and win. He's got to try and win with black. However, this is a nice line for White. The problem Black has is all the other lines all against the pseudo Panov are quite solid, but if White wants, it's not easy for Black to win if White.
Yeah, exactly.
Shuts the game down basically. There's quite a few forcing lines that just sort of fizzle out.
But yeah, it's like if he needed a draw, then yeah, but he needs a win.
But he's going to play Rook C8 next move.
Yeah, I mean, I said at the very start of the tournament I was cheering Gawain on, and I wanted him to win the tournament because I like his playing style and his openings. It's basically the same as what I do.
I was going to ask you, Zoe, do you play similar style, similar openings to Gawain? Yeah.
Yeah, so I play E4 and E5, and I play the pseudo Panov and stuff like that. And I want to learn the King's Indian.
I was going to say that'd be the next step.
Yeah, because he's obviously done some courses and books and stuff on that.
Yeah, and played lots of games. I mean, if you saw some of his games, he had a couple.
Europeans against Jesper Thibault.
Yes, exactly.
That was quite inspirational, yeah.
And also his game that he played in the England Rest of the World recently. That game he had against. That was a King's Indian type position, wasn't it? I don't know if it was a King's Indian or not.
Oh, was that one
against Lagarde, maybe?
Last weekend, yeah.
Possibly. But I like the fact, and I think a lot of people have said this, that he plays the openings that he recommends in his books and courses, and he sticks to his guns. And that's really good because you know that he actually believes in it. If he's willing to play what he's recommending, then that's always a good start.
Yes, sure.
Blueberry Hayes is pointing out Luke is also a King's Indian expert.
Hi Zoe, just wanted to say you're doing a great job with your streams. Thank you very much, really appreciate that. It's the Galfund one, but he lost. And Luke's also been an expert King's Indian player in his time.
He has. I think Luke doesn't play the King's Indian so much now at all. But he used to play it all the time. I'm a bit worried by Luke's position here. Bishop E3 maybe?
Yeah, I think this is exactly what White wants. Like when I play this sort of thing, this is what I want.
Or possibly Bishop H4 to G3.
The point is, White has options.
I mean, after Bishop E3, hasn't Black more or less got to take on C4 and then?
Oh, he's taken on E7.
Wait, is that okay?
That's not bad either. That's not bad at all.
So that's just winning another pawn.
Yeah.
And then that D pawn on D5 becomes very, very strong. if everything gets traded. Yeah, I think sadly for Luke, I mean, credits to him for giving it a good shot and trying an opening that's perhaps double-edged, but I'm not really sure Caro was best. Maybe he would have been better off going for a Sicilian or something, or sticking with e45.
I haven't really checked Luke's games recently, but I don't really remember him being a Sicilian player. That could be wrong.
But surely he knows something about Sicilian.
He does. But when he plays it as white, though, he tends to play anti-Sicilians. So he doesn't really. I don't think he plays too many openings. Having said all that, he did used to play the Shrezhnikov a lot.
Gawain
I
was
2 or 3 games with him in the Shrezhnikov, I think.
Luke's main weapon with black is e4, e5. I'm surprised he didn't stick with that, to be fair, because I mean I'm not sure Caro is alright, especially if he looked at Gawain's games from earlier in the tournament and saw he was doing the pseudo Panov stuff. I don't think.
Actually, there's some interesting ways for black to play the pseudo Panov, but it's not like the trouble is that the good thing about playing the pseudo Panov actually is not many Caro-Kann players study it a great deal.
Yeah, that's what I found. And even if they do, they get a position that they're not used to, that they don't necessarily like.
Yeah, you can kind of sort of trick them. Sometimes they try and transpose to the normal Panov, but you can kind of trick them a little bit.
But then you always have the option of transposing to that if you want to surprise as well. But I was playing Anusha in the British Women's Championships over the board, and she saw I played this, and she plays the Caro, and she like prepped something against me. But then the problem is, as soon as she was out of her prep, she had absolutely no idea, no understanding of the position. And she's going to be really strong. She's been playing really well. Obviously, she held a draw against Kata and was doing well against Harriet and stuff as well. But she just didn't understand the position because it's nothing like she's ever played. Yeah, no, this is puzzle rush tactic all the way.
Yeah, that's it. That's game over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well done to Gawain then. As I said at the start, he was who I was cheering on all the way. You're tempted to buy Gawain's book on e4. I mean, Gawain is a very strong player. I think I go through phases of having different players that inspire me, but Gawain's currently the player that inspires me the most in the world.
He's a very strong player, and he's got his openings very well worked out, hasn't he?
Yeah,
so
I love.
And
because he's playing like the same kind of openings as me. It's beneficial for me to look at his games and see how he's doing it. But also, I like the fact that at the moment, I think out of all the English players, he's been performing exceptionally well, both in the Europeans and the England versus the rest of the world thing. And obviously, current European Blitz champion. He's the one that can get the wins, even against the world's elite, which for me is quite impressive.
He had a very good European team championship, didn't he?
Yeah, he got the
silver medal, was it?
Yeah, it was because obviously in the last round when we were playing Russia, the team made the decision for him to sit out because he then had to rely on other people not winning, which is why he got overtaken for first place at the last minute, which was unfortunate. But then he would have had to have beaten Artemiev, I think. As black.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is tough. So nice finish, accurate. Yeah, very accurate play by Gawain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, what are you gonna say?
Oh, sorry, carry on.
No, it was probably the right decision not to play against Russia because obviously the odds of actually beating the Russian player with black just to improve his rating forms were quite small.
Yeah.
I think but obviously I think the Danish guy won his last round and overtook him. But
but still, silver medal. Yeah. At that level, very, very respectable, and so many nice games to look at. So,
because I remember actually, I think I was actually having a coaching session with a student, and we were actually looking at his game in the King's Indian while it was going on, that game, and he just came up. It just looked lost for him, didn't it? Do you remember the game? Yeah.
Completely lost. I think there was a point where it was lost. To be fair,
it definitely was lost. It definitely was as well. But basically, he just wouldn't. He was like a piece down, but then he then sacked another piece and didn't recapture it. And you could see his opponent just got completely befuddled. And we were looking at it for ages. We thought, surely White's winning, but we couldn't find anything obvious. And his opponent just exactly the same.
Was this the European?
It was the European team championship.
It was against Jasper Thibault, I think.
Yeah. That that was a fantastic game. Yeah, but he was losing, wasn't he? But
I think Malcolm bought him a glass of wine after that. It was game of the round.
Did that win ensure that England either won or drew the match, basically, as well?
Yeah.
We got a couple of questions in chat. John, do you think the complete King's Indian Defence by Raymond Keane is still relevant in the modern game?
The Complete King's Indian Defence? I didn't know that was a book. So the Complete King's Indian Defence by Raymond Keane, yeah? Surely that I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I can't comment. Unfortunately, I can't comment on that book. I've no idea whether it's a very recent book or not. I mean, basically, the books I remember from Raymond Keane, opening wise, is he wrote a fantastic book called Flank Openings, which I would say even now is relevant, just to see some interesting ideas from the past, basically. But generally speaking, there aren't many opening books written sort of 30, 20 years, even 20 years ago.
It was published in 2003.
Oh, okay. So it's not actually... It's fairly recent for his books, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, has anyone heard of Katarina Star yet? Another Polish transfer, FIDE 2172.
Transfer, did you say?
I mean, I saw her on the list, but I haven't seen her ever play anything, and I don't really know of her. It was because Louise and I were stalking the transfer list to work out how much the ECF was paying per player that was transferring.
Oh, okay. So I don't. Is this transfer thing? So is this what you mean? Yeah, transferring to the UK or?
Yeah. So Katarina Star's transferred from Poland to England. She's 2172, but I haven't seen her play at all.
Do you know her? I don't know her. Do you know her? No.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone knows her. Maybe other Katarina will know her from Poland, but
maybe, yeah.
Yeah, we've got a lot of strong female players transferring, which is quite exciting for women's chess.
Yeah.
Going back to opening books, I think there are a few that sort of non-theoretical opening books which are still relevant, even if they're 20 or so years ago. And types of books I'm thinking about are sort of like Jonathan Rowson wrote a book called Understanding the Grunfeld, which is more sort of thematic, but and also Matthew Sadler, a great book on the Queen's Gambit Decline. Again, it's just it hasn't really sort of aged because it's just so thematic, you know. But books tend to rely on sort of like sort of repertoire books, for example, that tend to rely on computer analysis and opening theory. They're obviously going to date incredibly quickly. Basically, because I mean, you know, obviously the computers. Imagine we think about the computers now being brilliant, but let's just imagine in 10 years' time, sort of like we'll be saying, "Oh yeah, that's 10-year-old analysis." That's not, you know.
Yeah.
It's difficult to believe. You sort of think, "Oh yeah, sort of like Stockfish and Leela," you know. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I might head off and get my mac and cheese.
Yeah. So I've dropped a note. So we were thinking we might have a chance to interview some of the players afterwards, but I haven't heard back yet from Malcolm. So I assume that hasn't yet been possible. So I think we should wind up and have our dinners.
Yeah, it's been a long time. So anyone watching my chat, at some point tomorrow, I will do a stream on working through the chess.com lessons feature and do chess.com insights and see what it thinks about me, which will probably be that I'm bad at everything, but we'll see. But I don't know what time yet, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so big congratulations to Gawain. Thank you, everybody, very much for watching throughout the tournament. It's been a really nice tournament. And thanks for your comments in the chat. And yeah, thanks for watching.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Natasha, and obviously John for joining for this last round. It's really nice to have people to commentate with, because I wanted to commentate on it, but I didn't, until you messaged me, I didn't have anyone to do it with, because obviously Danny's playing. So it's been really lovely, and I'd love to do more commentary with you in the future if you're ever interested.
Do that. Yes, very much.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, thank you everyone for watching. Have a lovely evening, and see you all soon.